It's on. Okay. Testing. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it here so early this morning. We know that last night's festivities I'll just leave it at that. We will start at 8:45, just to give people more time to get inside the auditorium and settle in. You can also take the time to just make coffee if you haven't had any, just so we are awake for our sponsors when they do start. Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you can take our seats, please. We are about to start our program for the day. Okay, I think we can start. Firstly, we just want to say thank you to everyone that honored that 8:30 time change. We know not everyone was able to do so this morning, and we're still starting at 9 as originally put on the program. But to those that did make it on time, thank you. We do appreciate it. So for this morning session, we obviously have presentations by our sponsors, which are basically very important because without them, we would not be able to be here. So let's please give them a round of applause. Every sponsor that has come through and contributed to this great assembly. Okay, so the presentations have slightly changed, so they won't be as you probably have them on your program. But nonetheless, we are going to go. So our first sponsor presentation this morning will be by Hensoldt. If they could just come up to the stage, please, to start us off this morning. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to be here. My name is Benny Langenhoven. I am in Hensoldt, South Africa, responsible for our radar business unit. So before I start off, just a few words about Hensoldt as a company. It is primarily a defense-orientated company. Our head office in Germany, listed on the German Stock Exchange, and involved in quite a diverse range of products, more on the sensor side. Our tagline, detect and protect, so we're not involved with any of the so-called effectors. We are also quite involved in the ATC business with a primary surveillance radar as well as secondary radar options. Structured in different divisions. The size of the company, roughly 5,500 people at the moment, and across 4 divisions, radar and electronic warfare, more optronics products, solutions, and also services business as such. In South Africa, we are partly owned by the German mother company, but a fully South African company with South African employees, management, etc. We have 3 business units here. For my sins, I'm responsible for the one called Radar. And within the Radar business unit, we have our ATM business line, which is more a system integrator with very strong strategic partners with various OEMs. And we have been involved in the ATM industry over many, many years with strong relationships in South Africa as well as the rest of the African continent. Then we also have quite an exciting new development. We are developing a new surveillance radar in South Africa. It's more for the defense market, but certainly in defense airspace monitoring, it can be utilized in that application. And that development is done in collaboration between ourselves and the CSIR. So it's fully South African, 100% South African IP. development is happening here in Cape Town and in Pretoria, and production happening in Cape Town not too far from here. We kicked off our first production batch earlier this year, and that is in process. So a substantial investment in the development. It's one of the largest technology or product developments in South Africa, certainly in the defense industry at the moment. And then we're also involved in secure data links, predominant application in line of sight UAVs, so tactical UAVs with secure datacoms, and then also in the IFF space as such. So on the back of the product development, I've got a couple of pointers on the theme for this event around cybersecurity, but more from a product perspective and the way we look at it. Now, I may not be able to answer your questions, but I do know people that can answer the questions. So be light on me when we get there. Okay, so if we look at cybersecurity as such, of course, we have hostile actors out there, and we have our own assets to protect. So product cybersecurity, if we can pull it inside the product, that's where we as a manufacturing are coming from, is basically about protecting your own product assets and using the cyberspace. So that's the environment. So if you look at the environment from call it a threat surface perspective, there's sort of three aspects to this in terms of protecting your products, and it's a full life cycle approach. Very often, when you think about cybersecurity, it's all about protecting your networks, keeping hackers out, etc. But it starts long before then. It actually starts during the development of the product. It's part of production, and it's also part of the operational side of things. So on the development side, clearly things like when you develop your software codes, threat actors could penetrate your development environment, and there is the risk of malicious code being put into your product at a very early stage that can be activated later on. That could potentially have an impact, and it comes to play sometimes years later into the process. Data theft, of course, is also an issue during your development process, and that includes sensitive product IP that could be utilized. If you look at production, it's not only about protecting your systems, the environment, etc., but your whole supply chain. Today, in many complex products, you make use of quite sophisticated or advanced subsystems, components, commercial off-the-shelf components. So it's very important that you manage your supply chain very, very carefully and securely so that you don't end up with a threat hidden very deep into a subsystem that you utilize inside your products. Products today, by a large extent, is digital, software-defined or software-based, and that includes typical network switches, all kinds of other products inside your product that you integrate. And then, of course, the last one is on the operational side, where the customer are using your product, and there you have the classical threat in terms of products, typically network, where they can come into the product, do what they plan to do, and that can be either by hacking in from the outside or activating malicious code that was put in very early in the development phase, with the objective of either having a sort of a denial of service type of approach, which can be quite severe, certainly in the ATC, ATM environment. But there's also the risk of inserting incorrect information where you end up with false information, which can have obviously disastrous effects. So in summary, you have to have a full holistic approach. Cybersecurity from a product development perspective is really a sophisticated risk management exercise. And there are very clearly defined standards and methodologies for this. Of course, there's also a legal side of things. From a South African perspective, specifically the POPI Act, which is around the protection of personal information. And personal information is not only individuals, but also company information. And then the rest of the world also have similar legal frameworks as such. Each of these areas you can put specific controls in place to prevent. I'm not going to run through them point by point, but they are visible on the screen there. But your classic things like firewalls, monitoring services, etc. And on the production side, as I mentioned earlier, your supply chain management of data, keeping that secure as such, and during the development phase as well, the protecting of data there as well, managing any development partners that you may have. And using even supply chain in the early stages of development. So that is, in short, the message from Henselt, or from Henselt South Africa. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for this fruitful information you gave us. And my question goes to the transmission of data. I noticed on your last slide that is a secure way to transmit the data. Are you using a dedicated network from the source to the premises, to the ACCs, the airports, and so on? Is there any dedicated network on which you sending the?
Not necessarily a dedicated network. It depends on the application. As I said up front, my world to a large extent is the defense industry. So it's either a dedicated network in a solution space. These days, we often refer to a so-called software-defined defense, which is really a system of systems. And there could be dedicated point-to-point communications and networks in there. But as a group, we also focus quite hard on encryption and data security. So even in our tactical data link, we have inherent encryption, which makes it secure. That in itself, of course, is a risk, and especially in the early phases of development. If you have unwanted actors in your development process, understanding your encryption or have a way to hack that, it means that they can then either do a denial of service or inject false information, which is actually more dangerous than blocking communication, so to speak. Not sure if that answers your question. Good. Looks like it's an easy one for me. Thank you very much.
Yes, sorry, before you take a seat, I would like to just call up the IFATSIA board, executive board, to just come and take a photo. Anyone that is here can come for the photo. Yeah, you can just stand on the stage. Okay. Okay, just a second. He's almost here. Do we know where Sam is? Sorry, we're just waiting for one more person. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to Hensoldt for that presentation. May we give them a round of applause, please? Okay, up next on our sponsor list, we have ACAMS, Airport Tower Solutions. If they can make their way to the stage, we can give them a clap as they do that.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you to all the participants for making this such a great event. This is our first mission to a General Assembly, and it's been a truly remarkable experience, and we hope to visit many more in the years to come. So first of all, my name is Erik Nyberg. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of ACAMS. And with me, I have my colleague here.
So I'm Jubilant Kane, the African sales rep for ACAMS.
Very good. So how does it work with this changing?
I'm sure when you press.
Okay. So who is ACAMS? We're a Norwegian company, started actually as a spin-off from a project which was performed by the Norwegian CAA at the time, or Avinor today, where they wanted to integrate different systems to enhance the working environment of the air traffic controller. So they created a project, Airport Control and Monitoring System. And the project was such a success that a few people decided that, okay, let's take this to the international market and see if it will spark an interest in the world. So we're a Norwegian private limited company. We're operated fully out of our Oslo office. But in addition to our office in Oslo, we do have personnel in different locations in the world. So we have a very strong engineering and development support organization in Tunis. We have from Africa, of course, also our Ghana office. We have a sales office in Singapore. We have personnel in Canada, Singapore, and in different parts of the world. So a couple of selected references here. Naturally, we have a strong presence in Norway, coming out of Norway, where we are located with our systems currently at 53 airports and air bases. Brazil is actually our biggest market, where we have our full range of solutions for all the CCEA, DCEA managed airports. And we are on many other airports around the world. So you have notable airports such as Singapore Changi Airport, Abu Dhabi. We're in 20 airports and air bases in Saudi Arabia, 54 airports in India with our ATIS solution. So just to give you a small overview of where we're located. So our biggest markets is Norway, of course. it's Brazil. And as I mentioned, a large presence around the world. In Africa, we're actually in 11 countries. So we're very proud to be trusted with our systems with the many customers around the globe. So what do we do? The original ACAMS product is our integrated solution designed to enhance the working environment of the air traffic controller by the means of integrating MET, NavAids, airfield lighting, etc. We also have our ATIS and Volmet solutions. Our ATIS solutions is actually currently on 4 airports in South Africa. So we're very proud to work with ATNS for our ATIS. We also have a technical control and monitoring system. The idea being the same as for our integrated solution, but instead of having it purposed for the air traffic controller with a lot of integration, we have a system which can interface any type of CNS equipment and bring it together across different brands, ages, and interfaces. We bring it all together in a common HMI to enhance the monitoring and capabilities. I will talk a little bit more about this product shortly. We also have our airfield lighting controller monitoring system. Sometimes freestanding, sometimes integrated in our iTower solution. We have a crash alarm solution, same with this one. Sometimes freestanding, sometimes integrated in our iTower solution. And in certain Cat 3 airports, also have a need to see if they are able to operate and do the automatic calculations to see which category you're able to operate in. So we have a CAT status monitoring solution as well. So ACAMS is also trusted for some of the remote tower projects, remote and digital tower projects we have in the world. So perhaps many of you are familiar with the Ninox project in Norway, with 15 airports implemented, centrally monitored from a location in the north, in Bodø. So our scope in this project is basically the same as our iTower solution, with our core competence being integrating different types of equipment at each airport, each location. And we bring this information together and have that on the back end. In that case, it's another supplier having the heads down display, but we do the site integration and provide our functionalities. They are also recently contracted 7 more airports, 22 airports from the same center. We're also trusted by the Canadian authorities, or Canadian and NAV Canada, in their remote tower project, where the first test site, Kingston, will go live next year. We're also in digital tower and remote tower in Brazil, Hungary, and Sweden. Needless to say, we adhere to all the relevant standards, and we're ISO certified, and ISO 27001 when information security is becoming more and more relevant. All our software development is also in accordance to ED 109, which gives you a good traceability and fulfills regulatory aspects of our environment. So I have a couple of customer statements. So in Brazil, as I mentioned, very important market for us. We have been trusted with our solutions since all the way back since 2008. Recently got a contract to modernize a few of the airports we're present at. So we're very grateful for our partnership with CCEA, DCEA. And as I mentioned, we're very happy to work with NAV Canada for their remote tower project, where we have a framework agreement to use our core competence of integrating different equipment at the airport. So the first test site is coming up next year. And hopefully, if the program is successful, it will be 78 airports, I believe, in their remote tower project. So let me just explain for the ones who are not that familiar with our solution, just give you a small insight of some of our core solutions. So starting with the integrated tower solution, or iTower solution, the original ACAMS product. So the purpose of the solution is to bring different systems together, offer all the information needed related to this functionality in one HMI. So a lot of the times you have multiple screens in the tower. It can and a lot of interfaces as well. So by integrating these ones, you actually increase the safety and the efficiency of the working environment. So this is why Avinor, or the Norwegian CAA at the time, decided to go for this type of solution. And I believe that it's becoming more and more common that you have this type of integration. So this is just an example of the different modules we have to integrate in a solution, but perhaps it's easier to show on a screen. So we connect with the MET sensors, or the MET system as well, to receive the relevant meteorological information. We control the airfield lighting, the NavAid status, having auxiliary modules such as notice board. We integrate crash alarm if there's a need. Also our ATIS, document viewer, etc., just to give you a glimpse of what we can integrate in our iTower solution. A couple of more HMI examples. So this is a layout designed for Guarulhos. So we can tailor the modules in a way that the customer prefers. Put them on one screen, multiple screen. However, the customer desires to display the information and functionalities. So this is just some other picture from the tower environment at the Guarulhos airport. So this is the largest airport in South America, where we have our range of solutions. So the last picture you saw was now in the bottom right corner. So we managed to, together with our customer, create a good working environment for the air traffic controllers. This is also a picture from Brazil, where we deliver our integrated solution for the first remote tower, or digital tower, at Santa Cruz Air Base. As I mentioned, the purpose of this solution is to increase the efficiency and enhance the working environment of the air traffic controller. Just some example of references. Close one here is Botswana, actually, so not too far away from here. So, but of course, Brazil and Norway being our main markets. If you move over to the technical side and for the monitoring, as I mentioned, the same idea, bringing different systems together. We have developed a solution which we call TCMS, or Technical Control and Monitoring System. So our TCMS solution, it collects it interfaces and collects relevant status information from all ATM CNS equipment. We process all the data in a common database, allowing you to scan through it, allowing you to get the statistics, to do reporting, etc. And we can support any type of interface. I mean, modern equipment, you have SNMP, but if you go around the airport, you'll see a lot of different legacy equipment. So we can use our competence and we can monitor across system types, system groups. So we do this either for one airport or a region of airport. So if you're working with monitoring CNS equipment, we have a solution which can assist you every day. So this is some example of how we configure the system. We have a main display where you are able to see at one glance what is the current status of across all of our equipments. You log all the current events, and you can see, we build a hierarchy where you can see where do I have a fault, where is the issue, and we collect basically any information we can get out of the equipment, and we, together with the customers, we decide, okay, what are the statuses we need to monitor at this central location? What information do we need? This is an example of a map view. So we're able to plot this out regionally using their GPS locations. And we can give statistics for across airports, across equipment groups, or even if you want to compare different brands of equipment, we can plot the relevant availability, etc., between those equipments. So we interface communication systems, surveillance systems, radar, etc., any type of navigation, navigate systems. So we interface with meteorological systems, video surveillance, recorders, etc. Even backup generators, UPS. And a lot of the time, the customer has a need to interface also the small things, such as temperature sensors in shelters. You want to know that your AC is working, etc. So we can bring it all together so that you have one location. And if preferred, if you have any critical failure, etc., we can have an immediate escalation, that you will get a text message for critical effects, outages, etc. So this is just showing you a little bit bigger the HMI. Same with the map view. We're also able, of course, to tailor the HMI. So if you want to have, for example, a view of the airport with the equipment plot at different locations, we can naturally do that as well. In our system, we're able to, if you want to use our systems to assign work, etc., we're able to do that. You can assign work order, or we can also interface to a third-party maintenance system if that is available and used, so that we can actually send the current fault information directly to an external system, if preferred by the customer. And of course, the advantage to bring the equipment together is that you will immediately have an oversight, an overview over all your equipment at one location, if preferred. So quite often, CNS equipment is monitored in silos. So you have a lot of different places, a lot of different people monitoring. We can bring it all together and really display the current situation. And as I mentioned, interfacing different types of CNS equipment is our core competence. So if you have such a need, we would be happy to discuss with you. Just wanted to mention that ATIS involvement is actually the product we sold the largest quantity of. So we have more than 250 ATIS involvement systems supplied. A large part in India as well, with more than 50. But we have a very modern and a very, very proven solution with our ATIS product. So it's scalable. We deliver it for mobile towers all the way up to Changi Airport, for example, with 14 operated positions in one system. So we're very flexible in terms of tailoring the solution to the current environment of the customer. This is just displaying a couple of interface HMI pictures in light and dark mode. And as I mentioned, we have a lot of functionality built up through the years included in our ATIS solution. So thank you very much for me. And please, if you are interested in our type of solution, connect with us on LinkedIn as well. We try to keep up with posting the latest and greatest. So thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we will not have time for any Q&A, but like you said, if you are interested in finding out more about the presentation and their products and offerings, you can always connect with them on social media, but also you can speak to them, I think, if they're still around during our coffee break.
Yes, we have a stand here, so please visit us.
Yes. Visit their exhibition stand. Please, the IFATSIA board can just come up again for a photo before they sit. Please let's give them a round of applause for that great presentation this morning. Okay, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause one more time. Just a reminder to put our cell phones on silent to just avoid distracting our presenters when they're up on stage. We will now move on to our next sponsor presentation by Entry Point North. If they can just come up to the stage, please. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Good. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am Susanna Lorentzen, for those of you who have not met me yet, and I represent the training academy Entry Point North. First of all, I'd like to say a huge thank you to IFATSIA, to SATSEPA, and ATNS for the fantastic event, especially last night. It was awesome. As always, it's a great pleasure to thanks. As always, it's a great pleasure to be at these conferences and to be given the opportunity to speak here. So before I get to my actual speech, let me just share with you that since the theme is AI, I just ran fun facts about ATSIPS through AI yesterday. And did you know that you are described as the tech heroes of the sky? So take that with you. And I also learned that some of you are qualified climbers. Depending on job location, some ATSIPs need to need rope access and rescue training accreditation to climb and perform maintenance on tall radar masts and antennas. I did not know that, but now I do. And I can assure you that is one type of training that we do not actually provide at Entry Point North yet. We might look into it. But we pride ourselves of being a versatile training provider, even though we do not provide any climbing. So back to our more standard trainings. I have prepared the following agenda for you. A small intro to our company first, and then we will look into our training solutions. And now I need to see if I can work this one. Chris? Yeah. So, Entry Point North is a Northern European company. We were established back in 2006 with the aim of harmonizing ATC training at lower costs and higher quality. First, it was for 3 owners, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, very small countries that decided to go together and see if they could make more efficient training. Then later on, it became a more commercial company, so we now have lots of clients around the world. Some 10 years ago, ATSUP training was added to our portfolio. And as with all training, we of course keep enhancing the material and delivery methods. So we always comply with the current regulations. We are owned by the Swedish, Danish, and Irish ANSPs. Norway chickened out. I don't know if there are any Norwegians here left. I don't know why they left us. Yeah, there's one there. I don't know why they left us. I think they might not like us so much. It's the Scandinavian neighboring country thing. Apart from our permanent training sites in Europe, we sell worldwide. We have delivered training to more than 300 clients from 65 countries so far. And we have had more than 10,000 students through our facilities through the years. We offer training services to these clients either at our training facilities in Europe, where we have our headquarters and our subsidiaries, or we come out, do the training at our client sites, or we deliver online training. Of course, it is also important to us to be recognized as a reliable industry partner. So we partner up with Canso, IFATCA, and IFATSEA. And of course, we also make sure that we are fully certified and regularly audited by many different organizations. So you can trust us. We continuously work to try to alleviate the challenges that our customers have in the market by enhancing our training offers. These challenges are, I'm sure, well known to you. There are generational preferences. The younger generation don't just want to sit in the classroom all day. There's an increased training needs for all ANSPs, but fewer resources available. There are logistical challenges trying to roster people for training while running day operations, and increased focus on regulatory compliance also. And then, of course, overall drive for lower costs within the industry, which we all face. So we work with reducing these challenges and still try to deliver qualified and motivated students back to you. That's our main purpose. And how do we do that? We offer flexible training solutions, either full classroom courses at your sites. We deliver virtual classroom to some clients also, or through our most valued product line, the online training services, either fully self-paced or we add an instructor to it. We strive to have individual student focus, so we can monitor the process of every student. Even though we do it online, we can see if they have problems in certain areas, and then we can contact either the student or their managers and work that way around. We can also work together with our clients on customized training solutions. So if you have any ideas for training that you would want, climbing, for instance, then just contact us and we'll see what we can do. Before I dive more into our training solutions, I will just show you what kind of training we offer. So for ADSUP, we offer all the initial suite, all the theory courses, I'm sure you know them, the basic courses, and then all the qualifications up until taxonomy level 3. We also provide assessor and instructor courses. And of other training that might be of interest to you, we provide courses in safety, like CISM, and we also have human factors courses. Team resource management is a very sought after product of ours. So lots of standard products in our portfolio. And lastly, please note that EPN hosts an annual ADSUP seminar every year. We just did it about a month ago, where we also focused on AI. And for those of you who missed it, if you follow us on LinkedIn, then we are posting transcripts of from the speakers from that seminar, so you might still be able to get some of that info. You can come out to my stand afterwards and scan the codes for our social media. Then my boss would be very happy. So back to our online ADSUP training solutions, which are our most demanded products. These courses, as I already mentioned, they're designed to be taken either fully self-paced, or we can add an instructor if needed. These courses are developed by a team of learning specialists and content creators to make the best user experience possible. So it's not just like copies from a textbook. It's all interactive, and of course, all courses are also signed off by ADSUP subject matter experts. Some of you from here, from South Africa, will know one of them, our very esteemed Gerald Trenwith. Yes. The online training, as I already mentioned, it has certain benefits when it comes to cost, efficiency, and sustainability, which is why I think a lot of our clients also prefer that option. So for the online training, we have 3 different offerings depending on our clients' needs. We have essential, we have elevated, and we have exclusive. Oops. Essential is for a selection of individual courses that we deliver online, either self-paced or live guidance, which means an instructor is added. And these courses can be set up from day to day, so they're extremely flexible. And live guidance, if you have a bigger group, we can also set it up within a week. So then you can get the courses started. If you want more info about the students, then we move to the elevated solution. That offers a branded training platform where you can get access to the courses that we have agreed on, and you get an administration tool so you can follow the progress of each individual student. You can also get access to their training certificates, the pass rates for their exams, etc. And then, should you want the whole shebang, we also offer something we call exclusive. And that is where you both get access to our training material on a branded platform, and we collaborate with your subject matter experts in creation of specific tailor-made training needed within your organization. We have done that together with Avisec, the Swedish CNS provider. They have used the elevated solution the exclusive solution for almost 2 years now. We're collaborating with them in the digitalization of all their manuals and training programs. So we host everything on our platform together with all our basic ATSEP and qualification training courses. This gives their staff a uniform user experience, easy regulatory oversight, and they have all the training material collected in one place and accessible at any time. So they're very happy about that. As you can see, we have this customer saying there on the side. And then lastly, this is always very interesting if it works, but we checked it earlier. Here you can see an example of our training, what it looks like. So you can see it's not just copies from a textbook. It's actually a lot of interaction, a lot of click and check and test quizzes and so on. So that's kind of what it looks like. If you would like to get a link to check it by yourself, please contact me, and then I will forward it to you after this. So I'll just let this run, and then I will say thank you for your attention. And if any questions, if I haven't used up my time, if any question, then you can ask them now, or you can come out and see me in the stand outside afterwards. Thank you so much.
We do have time for questions if anyone has any question. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
As one of your ATSEP services, you have micro-learning courses, that is cyber security. So can you shed more light? Is it just an awareness course, or?
Yes, it's I would call it a basic course. It's actually what's required within the ICAO 10057. So it is the content from there that we lifted out and did as a micro-learning course, because some people who had gone through ATSEP basic courses prior to this being added, they were requesting it. So now we have that part. We are looking into maybe a part 2, since there's a great demand of getting more info about this area. Any other questions?
Yes, please. Yeah. On one of your slides, you were saying something on partnership. What is your level of partnership with OEMs? You were mentioning Avisec. I was thinking you were going to mention all these equipment manufacturers. What is the level of involvement there? Supposing I have a tailored course, with a refresher course, and I want you to run it for me. How would you go about that? You don't have a statement to give maybe a practical hands-on thing on that. What's the level of involvement with OEMs? Thank you.
I hope I understood the question correctly. We do not do any practical training, if that's what you're asking. We only go up to the taxonomy level 3, where it's still theory training. We have looked into partnering about practical training, but it's such a wide area, and we would need to go into so many different systems. So we've decided to leave that to the providers of the tech systems. Any other questions? Nope. Well, thank you then.
We'll just take a photo. Thank you, Ifatia board. If you can come up to the stage again for a photo. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's please give her another round of applause. So at this time, we would also just like to give ACAMS an opportunity to take questions from the floor. So if anyone has any questions for the presentation that we had before this from ACAMS, you can just also raise your hand and we'll give an opportunity to ask. Okay, thank you. We have one hand here in front.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. My question goes to the platform you explained to us, because it goes with our thoughts and let's say you saw the presentation and the discussion we have yesterday. Up to what depth this platform goes, apart from the monitoring and the statistics you show us? Does it goes to a depth of be a help and give a hand to the ARCEP on duty in relation to complex problems? I mean, including the predictive maintenance we analyzed yesterday. Has this, let's say, virtues to go up to this depth?
So first of all, thank you very much for your question. So if you want to go to the predictive maintenance, the first step you have to do is you have to integrate different systems and create a common database. So we're currently there. We are looking into to the next steps as well. Unfortunately, we are not there in our product today. But the first step is really to bring all the systems together and get all the statuses in a common database. So this we can assist you with at this time. So, but we do not have an sort of AI-based predictability in the systems currently. But for the future, we're definitely looking into that area as well. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. There's one more hand on the other side.
Thank you very much. I wanted to find out on integration with all these other systems. So what I want to know is how do you overcome challenges with other vendors and suppliers in terms of setup in relation to proprietorship and ownership?
So it's a good question. Thank you very much. So it really is a bit of a craftsmanship to do this this type of integration. So we have a vast database built up over 20 years experience in doing this type of integration. So we already have a lot of interfaces available to a lot of the equipment you will see around. However, naturally, we also come across equipment which we have not interfaced to before. And what we do then is we have a close discussion with the customer. And most of the time, they're able to provide us with an ICD, an interface control document, just defining how we can collect the different statuses. It could also be a time, from time to time, where we actually have to work with the original OEM of the provided equipment to receive some interface information. So it's really it's a craftsmanship, and we've been doing it for a long time. And hopefully we can assist some of you in this room on some of the markets in the future with this type of integration. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, nothing. Thank you so much, ACAMS, for those replies. We will now move over to our next presentation, which will be from Harambe Technologies. If they can just make their way to the stage, please. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Norman Matinya. I've got a very fancy title. I'm the Vice President of Harambee Technologies, and in terms of South African standard, it's equivalent to the Managing Director. So I'm feeling so honored today to address you, colleagues, esteemed guests, and all the guys that come from afar. From Harambee Technologies, as I'm sure the presentation will come through. Yeah, so as the co-sponsor for this esteemed event, we are really indeed feel honored that we are presenting our company as a. Oh, okay. Thank you. So, as Harambee Technologies, we are indeed feeling honored to present today. And I'll just go through a few slides because when I was asked to present to the delegation, I thought I need to put together a presentation that will impress everyone. So I developed 50. So I'm sure you've got all the time to listen to me. I'll bore you in for the next 1 hour. Okay. But who's Harambee? So Harambee, it's a Swahili name, and I'm quite happy that I saw my East colleagues. Swahili name is a Swahili name which means pulling together. So when it was founded in 2003, sorry, how do I operate this? Just move. Yeah, thank you. So Harambee was founded in 2003. That is just after the dawn of democracy in South Africa. We are a system integrator. So what we do, we work with our international partners to deliver the solution and services to our aviation industry. But you would ask, why aviation? When it was initially started, it was started as a broadcasting company, just delivering the infrastructure solutions to our broadcasting market. But as time goes on, we started to evolve into 5 different markets, of which the one that is much more relevant is the one for aviation today. And as I mentioned, that in the aviation, what do? We are a system integrator. We also play in the market of infrastructure security, telecommunication, and multimedia. We are also a company that owns 51% as a majority shareholder in a company called LaserNet. And LaserNet is it's a Cape Town-based ISP that is got an ICASA license to be a network operator. So we provide both in the value chain, both from infrastructure security, cabling, and all the related network infrastructure solutions. We are plus minus 100 people, which is a mix of contractors plus the permanent staff. And we do have what we call the relevant accreditation in South Africa for the international OEMs or partners that don't understand this. In South Africa, in order to do business, you also have to have a certain credentials. So as a local company, we are level 1, 100% black-owned company, which obviously is a much more relevant partner in the local industry. So just to go slightly into the detail of our business pillars or the business lines, I won't dwell much on the other ones except the one for aviation, which is the second part. So what do? We work with our international partners. For example, we are delivering, let's say, the radar system to ATNS. But our part really is to provide those services because we don't manufacture the radars. And in particular, I can just mention one of our partners. It's Thales, which is a French aviation company. We are indeed, as we speak, also delivering some of the projects to ATNS, like the navigational aids, which these are very big projects. And for us to be entrusted by the international companies like Thales, it does show that we do add value in their solution offering. And we also have what we call the additional services over and above in terms of cabling, civil works, that is related to aviation, not the construction, and the hardware integration, and obviously the remote maintenance and support. So having said that, we have the references. In particular, our biggest reference is ATNS, and the other one is AXA to a lesser extent. So the other ones, is just to show you at the bottom some of the references that we have, that we are indeed, we've got a good reference point, in particular in the government space. So some of our strategic partners, as you can see, in particular under the aviation arm, we've got Thales, we've got Rohde and Schwarz, we've got DTN, and to a large extent, because of the infrastructure, we also partner with Huawei. So for us, you can see, I'm sure some of the references here you're able to recognize. We are delivering quite a lot of solutions and product in South Africa. So we pride ourselves as we evolve that we actually even start to develop a higher level of services where we've got what we call the Technical Control Monitoring Center, which is almost like a SOC for us. It is in operation, and these are real pictures. They are not AI enabled. So this, as we provide our services, it's a 24-hour, 24/7 service desk where we are currently monitoring infrastructure and for maintenance and reaction support. So if you look at OR Tambo International Airport falls under Ekurhuleni municipality. So we are providing some services that are fully monitored from our premises in Johannesburg. So I think that is in the nutshell. The next slide, if I'm not mistaken, it's a video. But I must declare on this video is not to teach you the engineers what a radar is and navigation and navigator. It's just to show you the references that we that are real, that we have delivered as some of the solution. On that note, I would ask if you allow, you can play the video for us. It will take 1 hour to play. You can play? Oh, I have to press.
Casting our focus onto aviation, and as a systems integrator, Harambee supplies, installs, and commissions ground-based nav aids and radars from the world's leading medical during periods of low and poor visibility. DME systems utilize ultra-high frequencies to receive and send signals to and from the aircraft, enabling it to calculate its flight position and determine a time to station value based on the time it takes for the transceiver to receive a response from the DME station. An airport surveillance radar is a radar system used at airports to detect and display the presence and position of aircraft in the terminal area, the airspace around airports. It is the main air traffic control system for the airspace around airports. This is our journey through the aviation pillar, a key element of our innovation and success. In 2005, Harambee Technologies was mentioned in AXA's annual report for an outstanding performance on the replacement and installation of 2 ILS systems, maintenance of SAF ProNav radar system throughout the country, Lesotho DME replacement, Botswana DVOR installation, AXA's OR Tambo runway safety system. In 2019, Harambee Technologies was awarded the ATNS NavAids replacement project nationally, consisting of 36 sites. By the time this project is complete in 2025, all the ground-based air navigational aids would have been replaced by Harambee and their technology partners, Thales South Africa. In 2020, Harambee Technologies was awarded the ATNS radar replacement project for Cape Town International Airport, as well as OR Tambo International Airport. This project has been complete and already running without...
I think on that note, this is who we are as Harambee. So it's just to show that we are a trusted local partner to the multinational OEMs that are there. So we are open for business as we expand beyond the boundaries of. So feel free to talk to me and my team. Will be outside there by the stand of Thales. So once more, thank you very much to ATNS. Thank you to IFATSIA, all the stakeholders and our OEM partners. Would like to say thank you and thank you very much. And as you travel back to your respective countries, go safely. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions from the floor for Harambee? None. Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you. We'd just like to take a photo. There is one. Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. During your presentation, in the beginning, I realized you are into system monitoring and control. But later on, I've got to know that you do installation for the OEM as well.
Yeah.
So I want to know, do you do both or which specifically do you do? Thank you.
Okay. The short answer is we do both. Yeah. So I wish you could have the opportunity to come and see this control monitoring room in operation. Is quite impressive. So on that note, just to answer you, say we do both.
Any other question? Any other question from the floor? None. Okay, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause as the exec comes to the stage for a photo.
Good today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, please bear with us. We just have 2 more presentations before we take our first break for the day. Up next, we will have the Indra Group for their sponsor presentation. Can they please come up to the stage? Let's give them a round of applause.
Authorities, IFATSEA, ATNS and SATSEPA representatives, rest of the delegates, dear local partners and fellow industry colleagues. Good morning, everyone. My name is Javier Herraez, ATN Business Development Director at Indra. My African name is Tabo, happiness, as I happened to learn yesterday during the wonderful fraternal Ghana dinner we enjoyed together. I will start with an apology. After 3 days of intense, fruitful work, including inspiring speeches from leaders in the aviation industry, I guess that a corporate presentation from a sponsor might not be the most appealing plan this time of the morning. I am very sorry, but I need to pay my mortgage, and therefore I will go through my slides. So here it goes. On behalf of Indra Group, it's an honor to address you at this 53rd IFATSEA General Assembly held in Cape Town, South Africa, a country that sees diversity and progress in aviation. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to IFATSEA, ATNS, and SATSEPA as local hosts for their dedication, friendship, and hospitality. This event reflects the spirit of cooperation that defines our global community. Indra shares with IFATSEA a clear vision to ensure safety, efficiency, and sustainability of global air traffic. This common mission is based on values that are shared among all of us. Commitment to operational safety, as it has been discussed and is the basic of what we do, technological innovation to meet future challenges, and international cooperation, international collaboration, because only together we can face the global challenges and to transform our skies. The following short video tries to capture this vision and values.
Every flight is much more than a journey. It is a bridge that connects cultures, countries, and people. Every trip marks the beginning or the end of a story. And every traveler carries with them a purpose, a hope, an experience waiting to unfold. But are we truly aware of the crucial role technology plays in making the journey smooth, simple, and safe? Of how a silent choreography organizes the skies so everything flows in perfect harmony? At Intragroup, we develop solutions that make it possible for thousands of flights to take off, land, and reach their destinations every day. We connect, protect, and care for people, driving towards a more efficient, safer, and more sustainable aviation. We have taken our technology and expertise to every corner of the globe, with notable successes such as renewing the air navigation radar networks of Germany. 80 countries manage their air traffic with our systems.
Of the flight information regions in the world are managed by Indra System. This figure underscores our leadership and the capability of our technologies and high traffic airspaces, contributing to safety and the smooth flow of air operations across all the 5 components, reflecting the global trust in our solutions and the positive impact we have on the safety and efficiency of international air transport. The footprint of our ATM and CNS solutions is truly global, covering every corner of the world. We have implemented projects in the most demanding environments, adapting to the particularities of each region and working closely with air navigation service providers, local partners, to ensure the success of every initiative. As an example, here in South Africa, Indra's presence has been significant for more than 25 years. Our systems are operational at main international airports like Port Tambo and Cape Town, but also at military air bases. We have supplied NAVAIDS, ACMGCS systems, and radio systems, making a decisive contribution to the modernization and safety of the South African airspace. And we are committed to continuing supplying our cutting-edge solutions in cooperation with our local partners, because together we are stronger. As a recent achievement of our cooperation with ATNS, I would like to highlight a project recently awarded to us through our subsidiary ALG, to provide technical and management support in the design and maintenance of flight procedures. This collaboration, backed by international experience and recognition, reinforces our commitment to excellence and the continuous improvement of air navigation in the region. Today, ATM is undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and CNS and ATM systems are at the heart of this evolution. We, as industry leader with the most comprehensive portfolio in the ATM domain, is driving solutions that integrate advanced automation systems to reduce operational workload and increase decision-making accuracy, process digitalization for more efficient and resilient management, open and scalable architectures that facilitate interoperability and adaptation to global regulation while reducing dependency on sole providers, and enhance cybersecurity to protect critical infrastructure against emerging threats. We are also working on data-driven technologies and predictive algorithms that optimize airspace capability and reduce the environmental impact. These technologies not only improve efficiency, but also contribute to sustainability goals. The diversity of our portfolio allows us to offer comprehensive, tailored solutions for each client, always ensuring the highest standards of safety and efficiency. Also, as I go through some key references in the next slides, I would like to underscore not only the portfolio or our global footprint, but also the significant responsibilities that come with our leadership in the ATM sector. Responsibilities which, again, are shared with you, with the ATSEPS community. You have a vital role in the life cycle of our system, not only because you install, you calibrate, you operate, you maintain, and you keep them operational, but because your feedback is extremely helpful in our development, innovation, and improvement processes. As IFATSEA President, my dear Frank, stated in his opening remarks on Tuesday, you are the custodians of ATM CNS systems and infrastructure. From Indra, our deepest and most sincere respect and gratitude to you. We stand at the forefront of air traffic automation, delivering turnkey solutions for control center and towers worldwide. Our automation systems have been deployed in over 300 control centers and more than 300 towers across more than 130 countries. We are pioneers in implementing 4D trajectories, which enable more efficient and safer flight operations. Notable references include major ACCs and approach control facilities in Europe, Asia, and the Americas, such ITEC Skynex deployment in Europe, UK, and now Canada, as well as manager projects implementations in UAE, India, Central America, Argentina, Vietnam, and Indonesia, among others. Our tower solutions covering both conventional and remote towers in Heathrow, Charles de Gaulle, Vancouver, or Budapest, among others. Additionally, more than 55 countries, such as UAE, Tanzania, or Turkey, rely on our Indra Avitec Aeronautical Information Management Suite, fully compliant with ICAO Aviation System Block upgrades Block 0 and 1, and paving the way to Blocks 2 and 3. In the field of simulation and training, we are also a recognized leader. Our Micronav simulation suite offers high-fidelity environments for both tower and radar control, supporting the entire spectrum of ATC training, from basic instruction to advanced operational validation. We provide leading 3D graphics, realistic weather and lightning, and advanced analytics for performance evaluation. Our simulation solutions are trusted by prestigious organizations such as the Royal Netherlands Air Force, the Malaysian Aviation Academy, and the Qatar Civil Aviation Authority, with more than 4,400 active licenses in 40 countries and 35 years of simulation expertise. Indra solutions are a benchmark for our controller and training for operational readiness. I hope that these references highlight our ability to integrate complex ATM systems, bringing together our portfolio with both third-party and legacy platforms, ensuring seamless and reliable operations. When it comes to communications, we have more than 60,000 radios and more than 11,000 controller working positions deployed in over 100 countries. Our Garex and Parker systems set the industry standard for safety, efficiency, and performance. Garex is the only VCCS platform in the market purely built as a VoIP system, significantly enhancing communications quality. Parker provides the most advanced radio communication systems available. Neptuno and Impera solutions ensure reliable voice recording and quality assurance for ATC communications. As a good example of this, key references included the massive FAA communications upgrade program in the United States with up to 46,000 radios, Cometa program with an area in Spain, and the full coverage of Brazilian airspace with CISEA with more than 6,000 radios. When it comes to Navigates, we have installed more than 8,000 navigation aids worldwide, ensuring more than 10 million safe landings per year and navigation under all conditions. We are the world leader in ILS, and our portfolio includes also DME, VOR, and TACAN. Notable projects in this area include the Navigates installation project for AXECNA, the TACAN system for the US Air Force, and Indra being the sole provider of DME for the US FAA since 2011. Our navigation aids are trusted by airports and air forces worldwide, from Heathrow to Dubai to remote airfields in challenging environments. Our radar and surveillance portfolio is also the most advanced in the industry, with over 450 references worldwide. We provide both cooperative and not-cooperative surveillance solutions, including PSR, 2D and 3D, S-band and L-band, MSSR, and ADS-B integration by default in the radars. Our technology is deployed in more than 90 countries across the 5 continents, supporting the modernization of airspace surveillance in Germany, UK, Turkey, Sweden, Colombia, Australia, and many others. Our key added values is the use of advanced technologies such as gallium nitride and eco-friendly design principles, as well as our unmatched ability to deliver countrywide radar network renewal projects. Indra local engineering teams and our reliable network of local partners ensure efficient support and rapid response to customer needs, making us a trusted provider for air navigation service providers globally. We offer a holistic approach covering every stage of the project lifecycle, from requirements analysis and system design to manufacturing, installation, training, and after-sales support. Our commitment to customers is reflecting in our ability to adapt to your unique needs and deliver solutions that ensure, once more, safety, reliability, and continuous improvement. As I have tried to highlight during the presentation, ATSEP professionals play a vital role in ensuring the reliability on the safety of ATM CNS system provided by Indra. Your expertise, training, technical competence are fundamental for maintaining the continuity and operational excellence of our advanced solutions. Therefore, none of the global references and success cases I have highlighted today would be possible without you, because of your technical competence and your training are essential to ensure the continuity and the system safety of our system. This is why Indra strongly supports your work in certification, training, and development of global standards, because we know that technology is only effective when backed by highly qualified people. In summary, our global leadership in air traffic management is built on the foundation of technological excellence, operational reliability, and a deep commitment to our clients and to our partners. We are proud to play a key role in shaping the future of air navigation, supporting safe and efficient skies for all. I would like to thank again IFATSEA, ATNS, and SATSIPA for allowing us to be part of this event and for the opportunity to meet old friends and to make new ones. So we continue building together a future where technology and international cooperation ensure excellence in air navigation. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Now take questions from the floor if there's any. I don't see any hand at this time, but you can visit their exhibition stand if you would like to find out more, or if you have any questions that you think of at a later point. So we'd just like to call up the executive for the photo. Thank you, Indra. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, thank you. We will now go to our last presentation before the break. I know we all need the coffee at this point in time. I'd like to call upon Jotron to come and give us their presentation this morning. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm quite a tall guy. I'm from the Netherlands. And I'm very pleased to be here because if you are living in the Netherlands, wherever you travel outside of your country, you find better food, better weather, and nicer people. And I was blown away by all of this when I came to South Africa because it was fantastic to be here the last couple of days and the highlight yesterday evening. I'm very, very pleased to be here. And I would like to thank everyone for the organization, participants for giving us such a good time. Baie dankie. So, I might be more or less the new kid on the block because I'm the CEO of the company MEP. We are making voice communication systems since 1999. And recently, this year, we became part of the Jotron Group. So in the presentation, I will focus predominantly on the voice communication system. And I have a very simple agenda. I tell you who we are, what we believe in, and what we might have to offer. Jotron, I think you know, most of you know, as the company who is doing a lot of systems integrations around the world, providing radios, providing recorders, and since the 8th of May of this year, they can also integrate the voice communication systems of MEP, because I'm very pleased that we are part of that group. For us, our promise is about safe journey. That is what we strive for, that's where we have the passion for. And if you look into why we exist, in fact, it's our purpose to make the journey possible, and not only in the air, but also over land and through the sea. If you look into voice communication systems, we always said safe, solid, and simple. Safe speaks for itself, otherwise you should not be in this business, right? Solid, very important, because these systems are in place 10, 15, 20 years. So they need to perform all the time. But we also put a lot of effort, and that's, I think, where we stand apart from a lot of people in this field, to make it simple. Because your job is as complicated as it is already paid today. So as a manufacturer, we are here to try to simplify your job, to make it easier, to make sure that you can do your job. Because many of you know what you're going to do 3 years from now, and what of specifications you want to have 7 years from now. It's very difficult to predict what kind of specifications you need 12 years from now. Don't forget, 8 years ago, ED137 didn't even exist. So you need a voice communication supplier who is giving you that flexibility to continue to keep your system relevant in an easy way. A little bit about the company. We have now over 300 systems in place worldwide, but we started in the Netherlands in Locks and Bridge and the harbor of Rotterdam. Because you might know, half of the country in the Netherlands is in fact water, right? So it made sense for us to start with waterways. Already back then, in 1999, we introduced a flexible user interface, an HMI which you can configure and where you do not need to develop, because the HMI of the Seaport of Rotterdam was different than the Seaport of Amsterdam, was different than any other customer we had. So we wanted to provide that flexibility. Then IP maritime systems we already did since 2010, because in the maritime market they switched over slightly earlier to IP than in the air traffic world. We became part of the work group 67, helped to shape the ED137 standard, and we became the #1 in backup systems in ATC in the UK. We did the first remote towers, and then we progressed all the way. And indeed, along the way, we also had the ISO 9001, the 27001, the 14001, all these kind of things we also took up. In 2020, we introduced the full IP systems for ATC. We won an award in 2024 for the SureVoice range, and we became partner with major ANSPs around the world. And this year, 2 major events for our company. One, we became the first company in the world who got EASA DPO1 approved. And that's an important step, because that is the next safety level which every supplier needs to have when you would like to do business in Europe going forward. And as stated before, in May we became part of the Jotron group. And that makes a lot of sense for us, because now we can knock on much more doors together with the fantastic team of Jotron. And it made also sense for Jotron, because now they have the most flexible and best VCS in their portfolio. These are some of the references. Well, some seaports, probably less relevant for you. I'm still proud that we're also doing business not only in this largest seaport in Europe, being Rotterdam, but also in the world, being Singapore. But we also do business with Changi Airport. We have many airports in the UK, driven also by our partnership with NATS, including London Heathrow. And also for DFS, which are present here, we also started to do business with them. In Africa, we are not known so much. And that's our fault, because we did not really pay enough attention yet, because we were focusing on other parts of the world. But we did deliver, together with a partner out of Canada, remote towers basically in Congo. But this, in fact, is all not so relevant, right? All that you hear from everyone, the suppliers say, yeah, we're doing fantastic, we have nice references, that's all the case. What is more important is what we hear from you. So when we talk to many customers and potential customers around the world, the feedback we constantly get is, yeah, it's difficult if you would like to make a change. Or we need to restart a system if you need to make a change. Or we need to have development first before we can implement this feature. Or cybersecurity is difficult. IP simulcast and best signal selection together are difficult. Or, you know, if you restart a system, it takes more than 7 minutes. Now, with our development team, we took a different approach, because we said what we believe in is it's not our system, it's your system. So we try to deliver a voice communication system which you can configure completely according to your needs. And that's not only relevant for your system per today, but also 5 years from now and also 12 years from now, because your organization might change. You might need to add different radios. You might change your telephony system. And then you would like to have a flexible system where you can do that basically with your own engineering team in a very simple way. So we have configurations tools to do that. I will tell you and show you later on, for example, how we can change the user interface very easy. Importantly, the startup time of our voice communication systems is 30 seconds. So if you're completely out and, you know, you are back in 30 seconds again. What do we have in the portfolio? Well, we basically have 2 ranges. One is a hybrid range which can take care of analog as well as IP systems. We call that the TCS 990. That's not a very fantastic name, but yeah, it's named TCS 990. And we have the full IP service range which we introduced in 2023. And for both ranges, we make sure that the availability is always there. We make sure that the startup time is below 30 seconds. And we make sure that we have very low power consumption, which is extremely relevant also in some of your countries. For example, that SureVoice Solid product, which is a 1U high product, can take care of 500 connections. That can be radios, that can be working positions, that can be telephony. If you use all those 500 connections, you only use 25 watts of energy. So that's relevant, because that saves you not only energy, but it also means that you don't need to cool this kind of equipment. Flexible user interface. For us, very important, because the air traffic controllers, they, you know, would like to have in their user interface what they're used for or what they want to have as a result of their discussions on how the user interface should look like. So we have developed a user interface which is very flexible. You can change it very easy, but we also took care of the fact that you can do the most of the tasks of the air traffic control with only 1 click. And we put only the buttons on the screen which are relevant for the task of the air traffic controller. And if you move on to another role, then for the new role, we also put only the relevant buttons on the screen there. And that saves, of course, potential errors. Now, apart from our voice communication system, we also have 2 standalone products. One we call an SVS 995 console that can be a very easy backup kind of system. I told you, when we start up our voice communication system, it takes 30 seconds. We thought that was quite long. So we developed this one, and you can start it up in 3 seconds. You can add directly either analog or digital radios, and it can be 4 connections in total. And they have a gateway, and that gateway is working brand independent. It making analog to ED137 or ED137 to analog. And that works with Rohde and Schwarz, that works with Parker, that works with City, with Indra, with whatever frequencies, whatever you want. Now, when I told you that we try to focus on simplicity and to make the life of you easier, for us, the configuration and monitoring tool is very essential for that. Because when you make changes in your system, you would like to do it in an intuitive way, and you would like to avoid many training for that. So we try to really develop a system which is user-friendly, and in fact, it's the result of a lot of input from a lot of colleagues of you around the world. To show you how it works, for example, if you would like to change the layout of the user interface, you just simply can do this. You add functionalities. For example, in this case, you would like to add telephony. You can adjust the size of the button. You can copy it easy. You can make sure that you do the functionality. All those kind of things you can do. And why do we do this? Because we strongly believe it's your system. It's not our system. Use it. So we would like to do that in a very intuitive way. And of course, you can also monitor equipment. You can see what kind of temperature there are, what the CPU uses. All these kind of elements are also part of the overview we have. Now, I'm not going to dwell on this too long. But of course, when you, for example, would like to also add maybe a new radio, new telephony or radar positions, you can do this very easily. And we ensure that all the typing you only need to do at one place, and the system can take care of connecting it in all different kind of places, so that you avoid copying all this typing, which a lot of systems you always need to do. Now, the functionalities we offer, of course, all the functionalities you know from ED137 in the user interface, recording, telephony, radio control, but we also have role assignment, we have missed approach alarms, work hour registration, all these kind of elements we also have included in our system. Let me close off with a few examples of installations we have done. One is in ANF Ireland. As you might know, Ireland, when you fly out of Ireland and go to the US, is the last contact you have in Europe, so they take care of quite a sizable airspace. They have over 300 air traffic controllers, and there we have taken care of the EVCS, and you see how we have installed it there in the technical room and with the working positions. But we do this also, for example, in Indonesia, in Papua, which is close to the airspace between Australia and Indonesia, also a large airspace. And there they took care of, they had a mix of analog and IP radios. They wanted to switch over to IP radios, and we already prepared our system to be ready for that, so they can change over, in fact, from analog to IP in a couple of minutes. There we did also work hour registration. That was a request from them. And this is how we do then the outfit in Indonesia, so completely the same as what we would have done in Ireland. Heathrow, I think most of you know Heathrow. Heathrow is basically chosen our analog solution because they had an IP solution and they didn't want to have the same kind of solution to avoid dependencies there. 10 working positions. We included there also a crash alarm system, and we developed for Heathrow a missed approach system because they have 2 parallel runways. Now, if we develop a new functionality, we might do this just for Heathrow. We just ask what the requirements are, what they want to have. The development team might just do it for them. But that's not the approach we take. We rather spend more time on development and make sure from that software version onwards, that functionality is available for all our customers, and you can configure it in your tool. So again, basically this case, missed approach system, you can tailor exactly on how you would like to use it. And that is our approach, in fact, to all kind of new functionalities. Seychelles, other example, we have their main VCS for the ACC as well as the airports. Yeah, there we also have quite some elements implemented, including integrated simulator system. But again, this is in fact all not so relevant. It's not about technology. It's not about the references. What we in fact offer to you is customer satisfaction. And you see here remarks from customers around the world. Some remarks are put up here. And the message is, what if you read this, is that we are providing a very flexible system, a very reliable system, and in fact partnership to work together with all these partners. And that's what we strive for. And I'm happy and I would be very pleased to also have the opportunity to start up discussions with you here in the room. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, let me know. I'm not sure if we have time.
Yes, we can take 1 or 2 questions if there's any from the floor at this time. I don't see any hands. Okay, great. Thank you. I will just take a photo quickly before you step down. Let's please give them another round of applause. There was a great presentation there by Jotron. Okay, thank you. I'd just like to hand over to the president of IFATSA just for a few words.
Sorry, please allow me to take just some few minutes of your time. This is to the sponsorship, the sponsors. We are very much grateful for your presentation. We know that a few of you are already corporate members of IFASI. I just want to appeal to those that are thinking of becoming corporate members that please come on board, join us, and let's work together. If we reflect on the lyrics of yesterday's song, it says that the ATSEP are the quiet spine for safe skies. If indeed that is true, and we all know it is true, and you have already indicated that we are the custodians of the navigation systems, and you provide them for us for our use, we ask that come on board, let's work together so that if there are technologies that you are developing, we can share that, and we can also share ideas about those new technologies, how it will work for us, because eventually when you develop them, we are the ones who will use them, we are the ones who will maintain them and ensure that they are fit for use for our airspace. So we ask you to please, and I know we don't have Harambee, we don't have Hensot, we don't have ACAM, please come on board. We already have Indra, we have Entry Point North, we have Jotron. They've been our corporate sponsors for a very long time. Please come on board. And for Indra and for Jotron and Entry Point North, please, you can upgrade to premium corporate membership. Indra, you're already in the premium corporate membership. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for bearing with us. We are running only a few minutes late according to our schedule. We'll now go for our first break for the day. First of all, it is proudly sponsored by Harambee Technologies. Let's just give them a round of applause for that. So we will have a 15-minute break. You can please make your coffee. If you're not done in that time, you can just bring it to the auditorium just so we can come and continue with our sponsor presentations. So we will convene again here, let's say at 10:05. Oh, sorry, at 11:05. Thank you.
Is it still morning? Good morning, colleagues, once again. Can we settle down? And those who are outside, can we please start making our way in? We need to resume with our program. The time we have is limited for today. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I trust that you have enjoyed the tea break. Can we settle down to continue with our program? And thank you to Harambe. I'm certain everyone enjoyed the refreshment. My name is still Sibusiso Habile, and I will wrap up the last segment of the sponsor session with you. And as we do that, our next sponsor to join us on the podium for the presentation is Rohde and Schwartz. I don't know if they are back also from the tea, looking around. Rohde and Schwartz. Ah, there's my brother there. He's here. He's here. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is John Mwangi. I work for Rohde & Schwartz as a sales manager, looking after infrastructure and networks market segment. I'm from Kenya, but I'm sitting in Dubai because that's where we have our sales and operations office for Middle East and Africa. I'll start with brief introduction of Rohde & Schwartz as a company, and then I give a highlight of our ATC portfolio. And then after that, if there's anyone with any question can interject and I'll be more than happy to address. Rohde & Schwartz started 90 years ago, started by two gentlemen, Mr. Rohde & Schwartz. They were university fellows. And what started as just a small lab in a house in Munich has grown to become a global technology company. And up to last financial year, with a turnover of more than 3 billion euros, and with the development centers mostly and the manufacturing plants out of Munich, but of course also have other production and development centers across Asia to serve the markets. We always try to be very close to where the markets, the customers are. Right from the start, very, very strategic in innovation. We believe in innovation right from the beginning, so that whatever that the industry is trying to develop and innovate, we always to be the driver, the force behind any innovation that's going to come and add value in that application segment. Rohde & Schwartz has got three strong divisions, which are very well crafted so that they can address each and every specific market segment. Test and measurement, I think majority of us here, when we are going through university education, must have used in one way or the other our oscilloscopes, the RF generators, such things. That's our traditional business. And then we have a technology systems division, which utilizes that key expertise to develop systems that now addresses specific application segments. And in this case, for ATC market, that's where the systems that are coming for that application segments are sitting within the technology systems division. And then you have cybersecurity, cyber network security department or division, which comes up with the network elements that helps our customers to ensure that the data that is being transmitted across the network is secure, and the devices that are within the network are secure, and the applications that are being run, are being used within the network are secure. Thanks to our very deep vertical integration of our product portfolio, that help us to remain to be very reliable and independent, because a big percentage of our components that we are using to make our systems, we are manufacturing them ourselves. Yeah, we don't, up to 75% of the components that goes into our systems are manufactured within our product development centers, either in Europe or Asia. Now, coming close to why we are here, in a very brief manner, I'm going to present our portfolio that is suitable for air traffic control. We call it a SATIAM. It's a combination of two names, Certain and Premium. And this portfolio is selected and tested extensively so that each and every product within the ecosystem fits very well and address specific requirement for an ATC customer. And each and every product in this ecosystem can be integrated with third-party systems. Yeah, it doesn't have to necessarily work with our portfolio within the ecosystem. It can also be integrated with third-party systems. For instance, you can have our IP radios and you have an VCS system from another third party. So our radios can be integrated within that VCS system. But of course, for you to fully enjoy the benefits of our product portfolio, it would make sense if you are having all the products coming from one source, which is Rohde & Schwarz. This is the summary slide for the entire portfolio, right from the IP software-defined radios for VHF, HF, and also serving both ATC for civil and also ATC military. And a very recent topic that is happening now is HF radios, the high power HF radios for those customers who want to cover the oceanic regions with high power HF radios. And I think in the market currently, our radios are serving our customers quite well from that side. And for gateways, when we are talking with our customers and they want to move their network from legacy to IP, for sure, because of budget limitations, you may not be able to have a complete migration in one shot. In that case, you have to have the IP networks coexisting with the legacy systems. And for you to have that seamless integration, then you need to have gateways. We have our gateways ourselves. We develop them within our manufacturing systems. And then, of course, IP voice communication systems from RNS. Quite huge footprint world over with this IP-based voice communication system, which integrates quite well with all the products within our SATIAM ecosystem. And then moving on, for central management of the radios and the VCS, we have the voice communication management system and a remote control monitoring system for the radios, which helps the air traffic controllers to manage their network in a very easy manner. And then analysis, where borrowing from the division of test and measurement, we have test gears like CMA 180, which is the industry standard when it comes to radio calibration and testing. And things like AVCA, ATC voice quality, that is having probes within your network that is correcting real life data and helping you to give reports to the civil aviation authority regulators. Maybe your network is being provided by a third-party carrier, so you need to be provisioning those kind of reports on the voice quality, the mean opinion score, for instance. And things like interference hunting. Lately, it could be intentional or unintentional. You could be having interference happening around the airport. So we have PR200 that can help you locate where that illegal transmission is coming up, and of course, switching it off once you find where it is. And of course, navigation calibration systems like EVSG, which is quite popular device amongst this community. And then for network and cyber security, we have the things like session border control. We have the encryption devices, which helps you protect the data that is being transmitted across your network, and also protecting the devices that are seated forming the network. And then most importantly, we have the Lockit, Satyam Lockit. This is what we call the direction finding system. This helps increase the awareness, the situation awareness for the air traffic controller, because he needs to know from the screen, the radar screen, who is the aircraft calling. Every aircraft that starts making a transmission to the controller, he needs to see that from the radar screen. That helps him to avoid any confusion with and especially when you have a very airspace which is very dense, the air traffic controller needs to have a way of right from this radar screen to know whenever the aircraft is picking, he's picking from this location and he's headed in this direction. And also, in case of disaster recovery, if you have multiple direction finding system deployed across the country, you need to localize where this incident happened. When the last transition happened, you need to be able to identify from the radar screen where was the last communication. We have a quite decent footprint across the world, more than 100 countries at the moment and counting. Strong presence in Africa as well. And we are here and we have a support locations, 70 of them located very close to the customer. For this region, Middle East and Africa, our support center is located in Abu Dhabi, in UAE, so that whenever we deploy our systems, be it the radio systems, voice communication systems, or any other, if you need any expertise from our technical experts, then they should be able to come in and support you. And on top of that, we work through partners in every country that we go. Like here in South Africa, Harambee is our partner. In case that we need any first layer of support, then they can come in and support you. In the interest of time, I think I will highlight briefly about the Satyam Lockit, the direction finding system. I will not go into all of them because it's quite diverse. But these can be deployed at the airports or control centers or at the search and rescue centers. And this simplifies the aircraft localization on the screen, on the radar screen, basically. And it helps increase the situation awareness for the air traffic controller. The air traffic controller officer needs to know who is calling. Sorry. He needs to know who is calling, and he needs to know the direction of arrival. Yeah, as soon as the aircraft starts talking to the controller, the bearing line is going to appear on the radar screen, and he can be able to see from which direction that he is coming from. And for localization, if you have one DF system, let's say close to the airport, it only gives you one bearing line to where the aircraft is calling. But if you have more than one DF systems, one maybe at the airport and another at another remote locations, when the aircraft makes a transmission to the controller, both DF systems are going to pick that signal. They are going to localize from where the aircraft is calling from. And especially in the dense traffic areas, each and every aircraft transmitting, you're going to be able to see all of them either by the help of a bearing line, also by just circling in from where the aircraft is transmitting. The reason why I chose to specifically dive into the direction finding system is because lately we've seen a lot of interest in this product, and most of the ANSPs are looking towards going this direction. And I thought maybe I can use this opportunity to highlight that if that's something that may be of your interest, you can talk to Roden Shores. And It's a very simple integration. This is an example of an architecture of how you do it at the airport site, at our site. You have the direction finding site. Could be if it's at the airport, you just need a 5-meter tower, and then connecting through IP network to the radio site, and then connecting to the control center. But of course, if you are doing a site away from the airport, you can go up to 35-meter, 45-meter. The coverage for the DF system depends, of course, on the terrain of where the radio site is, and of course the height of the mast, the DF mast, and of course the flight level of the aircraft. That guides you on the coverage for each and every DF site. We are a trusted partner in this product for sure. It's not new in our portfolio. We've been doing this since 1956. So a lot of innovation has gone into it. So it's a very mature product, which proving to be quite successful in the market. And this is heavily, it's not new, also being heavily used by the other telco community, especially the telecom regulators, because when they want to locate and manage their fiber, the frequency allocation, they also heavily rely on our system. So this is a technology that is normally being used across the two customer segments. And I think that's it for me. Thank you very much. In case you would like to have any one-on-one conversation about other portfolio products, we have a booth outside there. Make time, come and talk to me. Thank you.
And I can add to your sentence. In case anyone has questions, he is still here. You can ask your questions right now. Are there any questions at this stage? No questions. Okay, thank you very much. May we give him another round of applause as we invite the IFATSA executive to take a photo. May we have the IFATSA executive to come for the photo? A round of applause as they come. Thank you once again to Rode and Schwartz. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Citi. Citi is our next sponsor. Do we have anyone? Yes. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not yet sure to start the presentation today because I'm a bit concerned and disappointed. I met this week a lot of very nice people. IFATSA team, SATSEA team, all the ATSEPs here, a lot of valuable partners, friends. Even the competition is not so bad, I admit. And you get round of applause. What I would like for you, is a stand-up ovation, please, for you, yourself, please. Very good. Now I'm happy and I can start my presentation. Thank you. So again, my name is Michael. I'm Citi Area Manager for Europe and Africa, and my pleasure to present now the company. So the key works, very good. I'm here today with Massimo Tralongo, who is our commercial director. You can meet us outside to the booth the full week. So who is City? City is an Italian company founded in 46, family owned, with close to 80 years of experience, more than 1,000 installation in more than 110 countries. Today we are present, of course, in Italy, but also a branch in Switzerland, where I'm from, in Brazil, US, Turkey, and India. Our global presence, as you can see, quite a lot in our, but also, of course, worldwide. And this is a list updated last June with the full voice over IP switch delivered by City since 2009, where City was awarded ICAO tender for VoIP voice switch. It was for Costa Rica. So since there, we delivered, you see, more than 500 systems connected to more than 6,500 CVPs, 22,000 radios today. Just a few figures about Europe. We have currently 130 VoIP system delivered. Of course, the complete Italian network, civilian for ENAV and Aeronautica Militare for the Air Force is covered. We got also some projects recently in Czech Republic and a very large project in Greece with 26 systems that City was awarded. Asia, also quite a lot of presence there. Very large network with the HMI in Turkey, Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia for militaries. In America, largest network, I guess, will be Ticea in Brazil, where we cover each and every airport, with the largest one, which is the ACC in Manaus, with more than 150 positions. We were also awarded quite recently in Colombia for 18 airports, so quite large projects also over there. Last but not least, of course, Africa. We have large systems here in South Africa with ATNS. We got also a very large projects in Tanzania. We cover now basically all airports in Tunisia and also with our friends in Honda, Morocco. So this was just a few figures about the company. You heard a lot of speech this morning, so now I will let you enjoy a short movie, which is also 1 hour, like our friend from the previous presentation. So please fasten your seatbelt and enjoy the movie just before I show you the actual map of the VCS deployed here in South Africa. So please enjoy. Now is the program.
Founded in 1946, City has got deep expertise in cutting-edge technology for the integration of radio-telephone communications, providing integrated solutions in the field of civil and military air traffic control. Today, City is one of the reference points in the global market, thanks to the ability to develop and integrate systems and solutions for mission and safety-critical applications, like airport towers, area control centers, military commands, operation room for fire brigades, police, emergencies and public utilities, vessel traffic service. Technological progress in recent years has seen CT always in the forefront in the study and development of new systems, with products and services to offer turnkey solutions, from design to implementation and commissioning to customized maintenance programs. From all this, a new mission is born. Synchronous, a new concept of integration and interoperability of highly technological systems and services based on the highest standards of reliability and flexibility to fully satisfy every customer's need. With particular attention to risk management, safety, security, and quality, our project designers develop successful products, and our program managers will follow the customers to satisfaction, on schedule, on budget, on time. Multifonor M800 IP series is CT's state-of-the-art and most integrated voice-over IP voice communication system. It fulfills any requirement by interfacing unlimited radio and communication lines, both digital and analog, with an easy configuration and user-friendly interface. Flexible and scalable, M800 IP can be adapted to fit the most diverse size, from small centers to nationwide coverage, based on over-redundant COTS equipment. GVS voice gateways are the most powerful and cost-effective devices, capable of interfacing both data and voice, from ED137 VoIP to legacy protocols and vice versa. MTF800 Integrated Information System is a hardware-software platform for airports of any size or remote towers, which aims to reduce the number of objects on the operator's desks and improve their situational awareness. MTF800 application is capable of handling proprietary and third-party legacy systems, implementing compact, user-friendly, and highly configurable HMI layouts. VRS800S is the audio and video recording and replay system, capable of interfacing analog and digital audio, voice-over IP, closed-circuit video, radar, and screen images. DEC10 is the NTP server, designed to distribute precise time information and provide synchronization to external devices. Synchronous includes radios from major manufacturers, thus providing customers with a fully integrated solution covering all their needs. CT's expertise is an added value for the customer in the provision of network devices from different manufacturers to implement the best operational network solution, granting the highest security and message integrity. CT's manufactured consoles are tailor-made with attention to ergonomics, and possible motorization are produced with advanced materials. CT offers integrated logistics support programs, including installation, integration, assistance, training, and maintenance, as well as a through life cycle support to assist customers in monitoring system performances and diagnosing possible problems. CT contributes to the development of new standards through active participation in Eurocontrol and EuroCAE working groups, following its international vocation and constant attention to customers' needs. For example, being one of the major contributors to ED137 standard. CT, research and development, passion and creativity, moving into the future with sustainable and innovative integrated solutions.
This ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
For the presentation, are there any questions? I am not seeing any hands. So let's give another round of applause to Citi. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we also invited the IFATSA Executive Board for a photo. Thank you. I know our IFATSA executive board are enjoying themselves today with the photos. I'm actually at this point very sad to announce that the next presentation is our last sponsor presentation, and they were really getting into this. I wish we had 3 more, 4 more, so they can keep coming up here for those pictures. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Thales as our last but not least sponsor for their presentation. A round of applause, please.
So hello. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So I'm the last guy between you and the lunch. So there is a big pressure on my side, but I will take care to have it great. I'm sure you know Thales as an ATM and CNS provider for sure, but what you may not know is that Thales is also a leader in cybersecurity. So for example, one card that you may have in your wallet, that may be a Thales one, for example, the chip card on that. When you are using your Samsung devices, for example, or your Apple device, it is using Thales technology and support on that. For example, we have also developed a new algorithm, cryptographic algorithm, for what we call post-quantum cryptography, and this has been standardized by the NIST in USA. So, and in Africa, for example, we are also delivering security operation center services to a financial institution. So what we think is that Thales responsibility, we have to have a responsibility to secure the operation, including the aviation. So here, that's my first IFATSA event. I understand that that's a community when there are engineers and technicians who are willing to share things. So that's why here, thanks to the great presentation that we have in the panel on Monday and yesterday also morning regarding cybersecurity, that's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to also contribute to this community with this presentation. So the idea of this presentation is not to make some commercial things about what we can do. It's really to have something that could be useful for you, the ATSEP, with some technical things and tips about how you should manage cybersecurity based on what you used to see with some ANSPs. So I did not introduce myself. I'm Grégoire Louis. I'm based in France. And maybe most importantly, I am an electronics engineer. So as maybe most of you, I've started with safety testing of safety electronics for space application, and then I moved to security. So maybe if you can find me on the picture, you can tell me after the presentation. In order to start, I would like you to be involved and a bit interactive. So that's why I will start with a quiz with 3 questions on cybersecurity. I guess it will be quite easy because you have been through a wonderful presentation on Monday, for example. So it will be kind of a recap of what has been said. And then you will see at one moment we will arrive to the 4 tips that you should consider when you are doing your activities. So first question, up to you, and then you can raise your hand. Up to you, is your ATM CNS system safe to cyber attacks? Because, for example, you know that your IT is secured and that your ATM system is not directly connected to internet. So we think it's yes, it is safe. You can raise your hand. Don't be shy. There is nothing to lose. We think it's no. Yeah, okay. And there are people who don't think anything. Okay. So yeah, for sure, the answer is no, because actually, when we look at an ATM system, that's where we have the thing that it's not connected, but actually it's really connected. For example, you have all the data that is coming from radar center, for example, which is going through Asterix messages. You are receiving flight plan, you are receiving meteor information, and all this actually is connected. And so what we can see is that you have all of these interfaces and with possible threat. So it can be what we call operational technology threats, so going through the flight plan and so on. So that's a specific channel, I would say. And you could also have the usual, I would say, IT threat that you are usually managing, I guess, preventing having a USB key on the system and so on, looking at the supply chain and so on. Second question, this one may be also easy. So most of the cyber attacks start with, so A, it's a powerful attack developed by a nation state. B, it's a compromised revenge employee or maintainer, which is inside the company. C, it's a human error from an employee. Or D, it's a public vulnerability. So we think it's A. We think it's B. And we think it's C. Yes. And D. Okay. Okay. So it's balanced between C and D. So actually, that's C and D. You're right. So Monday we said that it was C. I fully agree with that. But what we are noticing is that we have more and more infiltration into the system coming from public vulnerabilities. So I will give you one example of a cyber attack that happens three years ago on Jeppesen Company, which is a Boeing subsidiary company, who is providing flight plan information to different stakeholders. So they have been through an incident. So let's say that we have this company here who have servers and which is protected, I guess, with firewall and so on, and which is providing data to airline and to ATM. So at one moment, we have a bad guy who is deciding to attack this company for any reason. So it can be a mafia in order to get money. It can be an activist in order for ecologist reason and to destroy the system, or it could be a nation state in order to break for political reason. So then he decided to enter into the company IT. So how is he doing that? So there are three different techniques to do that. First, he can steal a valid credential of an employee that has remote access. For example, you have a remote former employee who quit the company. You did not revoke his credential, and if those credentials are leaked, someone can use it to enter into the company. This is happening. Or you can have the useful phishing techniques that you may know. You receive an email, you click on it, you put your credential, and then it is still stolen. So that's the first technique. Another one can be to exploit a known vulnerability. So there are a lot of vulnerability every week on Cisco network, Palo Alto network, Ivanti network equipment. So critical vulnerability which are available and which are exploited. Or it can be a security misconfiguration. I don't know if you are managing the configuration of the firewall, but if you are doing that wrong, it can be an input to the system. So those three techniques, those are the top three techniques which are used in 2025 in order to break a system. So then it succeeds in entering into the system. It will corrupt the servers. The consequence is that the flight plan service is no longer operational. And then we can have also additional attacks which are to request for ransom. So he will encrypt all the thing on the server and will ask you to pay for some money to get the money. So that's the second techniques. And the third impact could be also to exfiltrate all the data in order to monetize them on the darknet, for example, if you have IP, intellectual property, things like that. So this is one example, but recently we had another example in Europe on some airports with another supplier, which was Collins Aerospace. And during the weekend, the airports, they were not able to do the electronic check-in. So they had to revert to manual check-in. It was a big mess in a lot of European airports. So it's it happened one month ago or 2 months ago. And I also mentioned this one. DFS people mentioned that yesterday, I guess. DFS ANSP, German ANSP, was also targeted by a major cyber attack 1 year or 2 years ago, coming from what we call an APT. So APT, it's a nation state. In that case, it was close to Russia, I guess. And so when we see that, ATSEP are key in order to consider the security of that, because you will have to recover the system, and so you need to be involved into that process. Last question, up to you. If we have to close the airspace for 2 days, how it will cost to the global aviation sectors? So is it A, B, C? So we think it's A, we think it's B, and C. Okay. So you're right, it's C. So that's a figure which is promoted by Eurocontrol in Europe. And for example, they have estimated that recently from the Collins Aerospace impact that I mentioned previously. So that means that with this short warm-up, I would say the idea was to raise with you that we have cybersecurity challenges that we have to face within aviation ecosystem, and that's quite complex. So I'm pretty sure that you know that attacks are increasing. I will not detail that one, but Eurocontrol is also making a great job with making a survey about cyber incidents all around the world. And so the last report, they have reported that the number of incidents for ANSP has been multiplied by 40 between 2022 and 2024. So there is a huge increase of reported vulnerability. It doesn't mean that it is all the incidents, but it is only the visible one, I would say. It is not including the GNSS perturbation thing that we discussed earlier. Second challenge is cyber regulation. We discussed that a lot also. We have ICAO with providing guidance, but unfortunately what we are seeing is that it is not applied by the state. It is too long, it's only guidance. In the end, the states, they are not willing, they don't really know what they have to apply. We have aviation guidance with ICAO and so on. We have IT guidance with the NIST, with ISO 27 and so on. And we can have national guidance. And in the end, what we are seeing is that once a ANSP is moving into that, it's when there is a national commitment on a guidance, either coming from IT or OT or aviation, but we have to have a national guidance. And the three, we already discussed that as a warm-up, so I will not detail. So we cannot wait for the ANSP to onboard on cybersecurity. As I mentioned as an introduction, we have a responsibility within Thales to support that. And even on Thales Image, I didn't mention that, but we are frequently attacked. And 3 years ago, we got an attack on ATM domain, and that was a big crisis to manage. So we want to avoid that. So that's why we are committed to manage that. So that's why we are developing a set of services that we provide. That address the generic cybersecurity framework. I would say risk management, vulnerability management trainings, detect and response, and we apply that to different customers that we have in our portfolio. I would say. So thanks to that, we are able to identify. What is good and what is not good, I would say. And so the idea is that we truly think that it was mentioned yesterday that ATSEP are key people in order to manage the cybersecurity topics. And so we need you. And at one point, we need to support you on giving you some tips. So that's why we have we could have 2 levels of recommendation and tips, I would say, more for management here, for CISO and CIO. And we also have some technical tips for ATSEP, and this is that I would like to describe now. So tip number 1. So you will see some of the tips may look very basic, but all that is written here is what we are really noticing when we are visiting an ANSP. So it's real things, and it happens most of the time. So even if this is basic, unfortunately, this is things that we are monitoring. So number 1 is to ensure boundary protection of the system, either physical or logical. Most of the time, we have the argument that, okay, Okay, there are risks. Okay, my ETC system, my CNS is not protected because it's a legacy system and so on. But don't worry, we have physical barrier, we have cameras, we have badges to enter, and that's okay. But when we look into details, when we are going to visit the different stakeholders, first, what we are noticing is that, for example, the server room can be let open, so by a fire extinguisher, because it's more convenient to enter, so we put that, and so everyone can enter into the room. Second thing that we are noticing is that there is a badge to enter into a room, but if I ask you kindly, okay, I'm a maintainer, I would like to access to this room, can you open me the door, please? Most of the time, the people from the company will open you the door. So the protection is not efficient. And the third example that we have is for maintenance. So we have a maintenance people who has a credential to enter into the room to make the maintenance of a radar. But on his laptop, it was not sanitized, and they discovered that there were malware on that. And so the malware propagated to the radar system because it was directly connected to that. So even if we have physical protection, we can see that it is not 100% proof, I would say. Logical protection, we also have, okay, we have firewall, okay, that's okay. But there are still, as we mentioned previously, we are still data which is entering into that, and we have to open. And most of the time, we have firewall with a lot of vulnerabilities. I mentioned that because actually, that's the things that the attackers are willing to break first, because it's unable to enter into the system. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities on those firewall. If you are monitoring firewall, every week there is a new critical vulnerability. And what we can see is that the configuration, even the obsolescence of those equipment, they are not strictly followed within a INSP. And so that's really a door opener for attackers. So the tip that we have is to be trained on basic cyber risk and hygiene. Is to, we mentioned that, it was mentioned during the panel on Monday, is to assess the risk, going through audit, going through pen testing, in order to identify if, okay, I configure that, but is it correctly configured? You need to do that. And to apply patches on firewall equipment and to check the configuration frequently. I guess this is basic, but this is something that we are noticing a lot. Second tips, it's to take care of remote accesses to VPN. So you may have VPN access for your maintenance company, or even for you if you are remote, to get access to the system. It's really convenient for you to get access to it. You are supposed to have a secure channel, which is coming from a remote site to your operational network, and it is secured. When it was installed, it was secured. But what we are seeing is that most of the time, again, there are a lot of vulnerabilities which are discovered on those systems. Here, I put one example of a Chinese group of attackers who are exploiting that for aviation companies. And in time, it is not maintained. Someone has installed it, but we don't know who is responsible of that. Is it the supplier? Is it the end user? We don't know that. And in the end, it is living. And there is a lot of vulnerabilities. There is no multi-factor authentication. There is no patches, and that's the door opener. And this is one example that we have noticed recently with one customer. This link was direct to the ATM operational center. That means that it was a weekend link, and if an attacker would go through that, he could completely block the ATM center. So our tips for that is to review the responsibility. Who is responsible of this link? Is it A or is it B? And then to apply regularly the patches and to check the authentication procedure. So I guess that the two first one was a bit easier, I would say. The third one is a bit more complex. Tips number 3 is about to manage your ATM data. So you may have either a lot of data or no ATM security data. One example is that, again, this diagram is also from Eurocontrol, based on the surveys they have made. Actually, they have discovered that 70% of the incident that they have monitored, the INSP, they were not able to identify what was the techniques, who was behind these attacks. So they were completely blind. That means that we don't have the capability to clearly identify and to monitor what are the threats and what are the things that are happening on our system. So that's really an issue, because if you want to protect from that, you have to understand first. What we have noticed also is one customer is that we were providing technical user documentation in order to use with the ITC system, including a password. And this documentation was stored on a public Google Drive cloud because it was more convenient. So available to anyone, default password, that's a mess. So clearly, you don't have to use Google Drive to store your data, sensitive data. And even if you want to send me an email to get some professional information, if you have a Gmail address, I will not give you anything, for sure. The third thing is that about vulnerabilities. I mentioned a lot of vulnerabilities, but unfortunately, in 2025, and it's not finished this year, there are 40,000 new vulnerabilities which were released. So that's huge. And about 4,000 were expected to be exploited on the wild. So that means that regarding vulnerability management, we know that we have legacy systems which are old with a lot of vulnerabilities and so on. We have to take care of that, and we have to do it in smart way, because managing 4,000 vulnerabilities is not manageable. Even with an AI tool, at one moment you have to find a way. So what are the tips that we provide for that? It's for sure to change the default password and store them securely. So that's basic, but we are still noticing that. And then the point number 2 is to invest in tools which is focusing on ATM in order to manage the vulnerabilities, to monitor the logs, to maybe have a security operations center with guidance from an ATM expert. I remember yesterday's discussion. Mr. Costas, you were saying that the ATSEP needs to have the capability to supervise the things. We fully agree. You need to have this level of view on that. And for that, you need to have simple tools to be better understand, and then maybe to expand to the global system if needed. But if it is not simple, you will not be able to understand how to use it, and in the end, it will not be used and not useful. And the last point is about trainings. I will not detail that one because training is really important, but it was mentioned a lot during that week and on Monday specifically, and yesterday as well. So to be trained, what I can complete is maybe you maybe also needed to be trained about if you are willing to buy a new equipment. Maybe you don't know what you would have to request to your supplier regarding cybersecurity requirements. And so this is something that also you can be trained in order to know, okay, I need to put that, because unfortunately, in most of the tender that we are receiving, we do not see any cyber requirement into that. So for us, that's an issue because for all the reasons I explained before. And sometimes we know it's a bit complex to be trained on that. And what we recommend is really to have also a color, I would say, with the ATM and aviation domain. It's not only be trained in IT good practices, but also consider what is our domain. We have the safety constraint. If someone is telling me, okay, you have vulnerability, please patch everything as you do with Windows, it is not practical in our domain. So you have to have this consideration when you are trained. So basically, that was the 4 tips I would like to share with you. We have a summary here. We have printed a memo, so we are still on the booth until early afternoon. So if you want to get a memo like this, you can have it on the booth. We still have some goodies for the one who have answered correctly to the quiz as well, and the other one if you want. And again, thank you. And I'm not sure we have time for questions, but I'm here at lunch. I will be there tomorrow as well during the tour, so do not hesitate to come to me. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have time for questions, ladies and gents. So this one here.
Luis, thank you very much. Very good presentation. And I'm very glad, first of all, to see that we have a shared vision, that the ATSEP are the appropriate professionals, that we have to take care of the cybersecurity matters, at least in their functional system environment. I have a question because sometimes we are wondering those numbers that appear as reported cybersecurity incidents, are they true or they are just the tip of the iceberg because the organization, they don't want to reveal that they been attacked or whatever? What is your personal view from the experience of all this? Thank you.
Yes, that's a good question. Yeah. So you're right. That's only the tip of the iceberg because it is based on Eurocontrol. That's also a community of sharing. So they are trying to expand to get more information from all the stakeholders, and so they only get the information that the people are willing to share. And sometimes in cybersecurity, there is a bit of sometimes we are a bit ashamed to share this kind of information because we said, okay, we have been attacked, so we shared all the public information, but not the private one. So that's really this is increasing because more and more people are sharing that, and that's good. I would say we are able to take care about confidential information. That's good that we are sharing.
Just not a question. Hello. Not a question. Really, I find your presentation good enough, and I would like to thank you for sharing your expertise with we at SEPS. So thanks. Keep doing like this, because sometimes we see we have the solution, but it should not be like that. We are always dependent on the system provider or OEM. By sharing knowledge and common practices, best common practices, it's always good in the interest of especially we at SEP. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, so regarding operational threats and attacks. So we hear a lot about systems that are peripheral, maybe check-in systems, ticketing systems, and you mentioned the Jeppesen Boeing. It was the flight plans, but it wasn't actual operational data that has been compromised. Is there any incident that you know of, operational environment attacks that have been out there that have occurred?
So hopefully, I would say there was no big event in the NSP community so far. I guess there was one example in Philippines, maybe 2 years ago, something like that. That was a bit strong, but most of the time, yes, people are not communicating on that.
Another question that side.
I cannot hear.
Okay, thanks for your presentation, Luis. I want to find out from you, you mentioned the Security Operations Center for ATM systems. How does that product differ from the Security Operations Center system for the IT systems?
So that's a good question. The difference is that it's the quality of the logs that you will collect. A security operation center really depends on the information that you collect to it. So if you don't have the correct logs, and in order to process that, the teams who are supervising that, it will not be efficient. So it's really a matter about the quality of the logs and the ATM logs that you are using. And I guess that at the moment within ATM systems, either we are not exporting the logs, either we don't have the logs. And so it's really complex then to analyze that and to be efficient in the way to supervise it.
Okay. Thank you. There's one more question over there.
You don't want to go to lunch.
We've just had tea break, so there's still energy.
Even the mic want to go to lunch.
It's the mic that's holding us back. Sorry. Just following up on that question the gentleman asked. So if we had the exportation of that data, then those two would be the same thing, if I understand you correctly. The only difference right now is that we're not importing the CNS data into that centralized operational center, or we don't have it, or we don't have the correct data. But then if we were to import those logs, those would be one in the same, correct? Or not?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay.
But if you have already implemented a SOC, you may notice that it's not so easy. So again, if you are flooded with a lot of logs and data, at the end, the operator is not able to manage that. So you have to get the logs in a smart way, I would say. That's
all
why,
right.
yeah.
Thanks. So then what I'm driving to, we would not necessarily have to duplicate the centers.
No. You don't have to duplicate. Then it will depend really on the team that you have, because if we are talking about having the AdSep capability to monitor and supervise those logs, maybe it will not be the same people as the SOC team, which are more on the corporate IT.
Yes.
But in the end, if the corporate IT is willing to also look at this, they can. But I guess that at the beginning, we also need to consider that the AdSep have the capability to look at this first. With simple things, again, we are not able to notice nothing at the moment, almost nothing at the moment. So.
Great. Thanks. I think I'm clear. Just the last point then is, when you talk about basic cybersecurity awareness, it's nothing specific to CNS. Therefore, your standard IT cybersecurity awareness seems to be what you are referring to. You do not have, or let me rather rephrase it, do we have anything specific that can be categorized as this belongs to AdSep, and how would that differ to your standard generic cybersecurity? And is it necessary to call it basic, or maybe shouldn't we be rather looking at a more intense cybersecurity, not even awareness? Because when you call it awareness, I think it then undermines our expertise and the direction that we want to drive into. We do not want to, well, I think most of us, especially in such platforms, will already carry that awareness. What we need to get into is the expertise on identifying the loopholes, not identifying whether the door is closed or not, but identifying the weaknesses and securing that. And the discussion, therefore, that we should be having is rather than basic awareness, but instead of detailed, in-depth cybersecurity training. Do we provision for that, or do we see that in the future?
So,
Thanks.
It would depend on the company. On Thales, we decided to have an awareness session because for most of the countries, we see that it is needed with a color on ATM. So maybe your IT awareness session is really great. And then if you would like to go deeper, it's also, you may do it internally. What we also try to have is when we deliver a product, we deliver also guidance with that. And we should also train about how to securely operate the system. It will be part of the training to say, okay, when you have the system, take care of that, take care of that. So it should be part of the delivery of the system.
So just a last follow-up. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost going to lunch, but we've been talking about cybersecurity the whole week, and I think this is one of the most critical discussions that we should be having. Would you then have a different training curriculum if we're sitting here and we want to have this basic training? Are you able to provide a training curriculum for the basic training? And my good friend here, he wants the detailed, intense training. Would you have different options that we can then, option A, option B, option C? Or is this more like a bespoke training, which then it becomes a bit of problematic, a bit of a problem for us, because then we don't know what is it that we're actually getting beforehand. Thanks.
So what we have is still a basic program with ATM color, I would say. Maybe the typical guys, they are not discussing about what is the cyber regulation in that, what is the safety constraint, how you have to manage the patches and so on. So this is only one day, what we have. It's a really simple one, a one-day awareness. If you want to go deeper, at the moment, there are some technical IT things, but they are not really specialized. Again, this is when we are delivering a product where we have to be specialized. Here, this is where we have to tell, okay, if you want to operate correctly, you have to do that. For example, when we are providing a SOC, we are providing a SOC to Eurocontrol, for example. We have designed the SOC 5 years ago, if I'm not wrong, something like that. For sure, we are training the people to operate the SOC. But then this is because we are delivering a product with that.
Gregor, you have 2 more questions from this side.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation. It was more of cybersecurity awareness. However, my question has partly been touched. I wanted to find out how deep you go in terms of training when an organization requests that they want training in ATM cybersecurity.
So again, what we have is it's 1 or 2 day awareness training at the moment. I will not repeat myself again, but then we can rely. What we are doing in some countries is that we rely on a local partner who has the skills in IT, so we can go deeper into a topic, and we train this trainer in order to have the color of ATM. That's something that could happen if you have a local partner in your country.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. This question may have been asked, and I wish I had asked it in previous panels. If you were to estimate, what would be a good number of staff members an ANSP would need to feel an adequate level of protection, from the smallest to the biggest? And if I were to take an estimate of 15 to 55, would those numbers be too small or too high? Thanks.
Frankly speaking, that is difficult to say because it really depends on the ENSP and the level of regulation that you would have and the size of your system. What I can see is that at least you need some roles which are mandatory, having a chief information security officer, a compliance manager, a risk manager, someone who is in charge of the IT, setting the parameters of the equipment, and then I would say the size depends really on the size of your systems. So sorry for that, but that's a bit difficult to answer to that. But what we are seeing is that in some companies they don't have any IT, they don't have any security manager in some ANSP. So yeah, that we should start at least with 1 people, I would say. And then it depends. We have Singapore, for example. Singapore, they have a requirement like this. Even us, it's difficult for us to follow. And they have a lot of people within the NSP of Singapore to follow that.
Yes, no. And maybe I wasn't just directing it at you, but I also don't want to start a whole new workshop on it. Maybe I should have rephrased my question. From your experience, what has been the smallest number? And I suspect smallest number is between 1 and 0. But what has been the biggest number of staff? The teams. What have been the biggest teams that NSPs have had? Thanks.
I could not answer on that. Sorry. We have been in some meetings where there were 30 people, for example. But I'm not sure they were all cybersecurity guys. The thing is that when you are doing cybersecurity, for example, maybe one step that you are doing is risk analysis, risk assessment, identify the cyber risks. And so you need to have the people who know the CNS system, for example. And for that, there may be different people, architect, and so on. And you may have also the cyber guy who is managing that. So depending on the company, we have meetings with 30 people sometimes. So it depends really on the company, I would say, in the internal organization. And sometimes what we are doing as a first step, I don't want to be too commercial, but is to support the ANSP to organize himself in order to identify, okay, you should do like this, you should appoint this role, and so on.
may I complete your answer? Like it has been presented by EPN and so on, cybersecurity shall be shared by everyone. So all your staff shall be cyber trained and committed to protect. It's the behavior, it's not opening the door, it's not putting USB key everywhere and so on. So it's a matter of everyone. And after, you have the cybersecurity culture, like you have the safety culture. You have an incident, you need to manage collectively, you need to promote the incidents. We just detect so it's for everyone. And then you need to escalate like you escalate a safety incident and to manage it properly.
For example, I will give you a last example. We have made a training in ASECNA 3 years ago in Africa, following the ransomware. So ASECNA was hit by a ransomware 3 years ago. And in the audience, we have financial people from ASECNA, because actually they lost a lot of data completely. They will never recover those data. So they were, okay, we understand that there are cyber attacks possible.
I think last point, I think where we lose each other a bit again is when we're talking about cybersecurity training, at this level, we're not thinking awareness. Because what we're referring to is awareness. And maybe we need to be clear that what you are referring to is cyber awareness, cybersecurity awareness. We are talking about, and I think the gentleman over there, he's talking about cybersecurity specialist training. And those then, and I don't generally think that you would have been referring to awareness. And maybe we need to, when we have this deliberation on cybersecurity, be very distinctive in what is it that we're talking about. Awareness, we created all the way from the security at the gate to the last person cleaning the bathrooms. The training, the specialist training that we're dealing with, and this is where I feel it's directly relevant to these platforms, would be in-depth training. So, and that's the number then that is, I'm assuming, I'm not speaking on his behalf, I'm assuming for me, that's what it talks to. Because at this platform, we're no longer, I feel we're no longer deliberating on awareness.
So I guess that we have a topic maybe for the next IFATSI event here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Thales once again. And just maybe a comment to you. During the first panel discussion, you raised the question, what is expected of the ANSP? I'm sure by the questions you're getting now, you realize it's a continuation of that answer. And you are getting more of what is expected on the OEMs and in terms of some of the topics that are being discussed. So once again, thank you. And may I invite then the IFATSI Executive Board for a photo? It's the last one.
Unfortunately, take this.
Unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the end of this first segment for our sponsor presentation. May I even ask, I think as a way of also stretching a little bit, if we can stand and give a collective round of applause to all our sponsors as we close this segment.
and we close. So if they will indulge me, I'm getting a request that actually we should call them here and have a picture of all the sponsors, if they are able to do that quickly. Yes, together. Or the outside, they may be meaning the same. Maybe later in the day. Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seat. We do have 3 more items on our program. Then we'll be having our lunch. So just to clarify that. So the next segment of our program, I am going to hand over to my colleagues, Thokozane and Lisa, who will then navigate us through that part. Trust me when I say it's not too far away from the lunch. So I'll ask that you bear with us just a little bit longer. With that being said, I would like to call Mr. Mabuza.
Thank you. Can you give him a round of applause, gentlemen and ladies? The hands are a little bit hungry. Can we give them a round of applause? Beautiful, beautiful. Appreciate it. As they said, the lunch comrades is going to come. The nice thing is when we go for lunch, it will be the end of the conference for most of us. So hang in there. We are getting there slowly, but surely. I almost say amen. Right. We've got some few presentations, as my colleague has alluded. We're just going to go through them very quick. The first one is very important for my livelihood. So I'll have to ensure that this one goes well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a presentation under the theme, Safety Culture, a Catalyst for ATSEP Operational Excellence. The presenter is Mr. Justice Valoyi. He is ATNS Manager for Technical Services. Let me just say some smaller things about him. Mr. Valoyi used to be an ATSEP in his previous life. He was promoted to Supervisor Technical Services in OR Tambo. And again, he was promoted to Manager Technical Services. He holds a national diploma in electrical engineering. He also has a master's degree from the University of Pretoria. Currently, comrades, he's pursuing his studies on PhD in engineering at the University of Johannesburg. The reason why I'm saying this is so I will ensure when we do the next performance appraisal, I've got points to work on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Justice Valoyi in the podium.
Good morning, colleagues. Program Director, everyone. I will be here following the established protocol, but I would like the one that has been established today to continue, where when I'm done, the top structures of IFASIA will then come and take pictures with myself. So yeah, today, colleagues, I'm standing in here to present this paper on safety culture, a catalyst for ATSEP operational excellence. I thought there will be a screen here. Oh, okay. Thanks. Doctor, how do you scroll down? You can use the mic. Okay. How do you scroll down? I don't know. How do you scroll? Oh, hold on. There's this one. Yeah. Oh, okay. I will start a bit here with some, basic introduction. They say, the scholars, probably Ikayo, IATA, and them, they will say that aviation is the safest mode of transport. And they are very, very, very correct. It is very, very safe in the sky. They say that for one to end up in an accident, aircraft accident, you will have to travel for that large number there, 103,000 years traveling every day before you can have a aeroplane accident. As a matter of fact, something else is going to knock you and you die before you reach those 103,000 years. That's how safe it is, and that is coming from the revised numbers from IATA in 2024. So how do we get this picture, the aviation picture, from getting a flight plan, a plane in the airfield, taking off until it lands on the other side? We've got all involved strategic parties working interdependently to get that picture. These individuals, they make collaboration and cooperation essential for success aviation. And amongst those strategic partners is the unsung heroes. And who are those unsung heroes? Is the ATSEPs. If in the aviation safety, if aviation safety or the making of aviation safety was a movie, the ATSEPs will be the directors or the producers. We will not be seen. We will always see the steering running and chasing the criminal who are creating aviation incidents. But us, we will just be in the credits at the end of the movie. But the overall picture, when you look at history coming from 1903, well, they normally credit the Wright brothers to the beginning of aviation, but it started a bit earlier. You will then pick up that they were concentrating mainly on making an aeroplane. As soon as they start getting it right, this thing just keep on falling. And then somebody then will say that, but no, man, we need somebody in the ground to talk to us and give us some help. And then later on, it will then change. We also need somebody to fix the equipment that is being used by these people. That's where the unsung heroes then will then get involved. So as aviation progress, then we'll start having some incidents in Chernobyl, where we gave birth to a term, safety culture. Safety culture was then adopted in aviation, and we start using it. It's actually been said that safety culture is the foundation for the implementation of safety management system. Without safety culture, you will never get it right. And safety management system is mandatory. It is being enforced by ICAO. So the scholars then says that safety culture encompasses the attitude of employees towards an organization's safety practice, their understanding of potential risks. Do we understand when we go and do maintenance on the ILS and then we leave it on local? Do we understand what then happened later on? What does the ATC says? It talks about system thinking as well, because that will have been a system of system in a greater scale of things, system of system. What do they see at night when they want to change over? Will they be able to change over if you have left it on local? It becomes a crisis where there is no one. So do we understand the potential risks of our action? The views of ATSEPs regarding risk management and the active participation in activities that promote and strengthen safety culture. As we go in, you will see, but I will then dive in a bit into those activities. One of it, which is the most important one, is the learning culture, where we need to continuously learn as ATSEPs, because the world is moving, the world is changing. There is cybersecurity now, our equipments are moving towards internet protocol in the cyberspace. There is a lot of changes that are happening there. So we need the accept that is willing to go and grab the knowledge. And then what happened then, that will gradually become an informed culture where you are informed. Then that will progress, hopefully, to a data-driven decision making because you've learned, now you are informed, you are able to take decisions that are informed by data. So safety culture demonstrates a genuine commitment to safety at every level inside an organization. That's when we have embedded, we have this culture within our organization, within our ANSPs. It then demonstrates that we are very, very serious about safety throughout all the levels. And safety culture has been described as the conduct of an organization in the absence of oversight. This basically means we have this oversight function that is there in our company, but they are so busy chasing other things, they are not around. Do we then, as accept, stop doing the right thing because no one is checking? Do we become that rat that will now want to eat the whole cheese because the cat maybe is sick? The cat is not there to come and enforce and push for people to stay within the lines. But that is for the rest of the organization. How do we behave in the absence of oversight? Irrespective of anyone coming to tell us what must be done, what must we do, safety culture should be like breathing, should come naturally, even when no one is checking or nobody is watching. It borders along the lines of integrity. Safety culture is not something that an organization can just purchase. You can't just buy it. It's something an organization acquires as a product of combined efforts between national culture, professional culture, and organizational culture. Looking at the national culture, it will start at our home from primary school, from the beginning, to a point where we get driver's license. Do we skip a red traffic light because there's no one watching? Because that then becomes you, it defines you. You will take that with you into work. Then it starts affecting safety culture because something is not right on the national culture. Do we use AI tools to grab information and also ask AI to give you references there and then you get high marks? But actually, you cannot do much on your own. You are just mining on AI. And then the next thing, we're sitting with people who can't do much. Then we keep on bringing contractors to do the work of the people that are the consultants. Professional culture, do we respect the times? Do we come on time? When we say we're starting at 9, do we start at 9? 8:30, do we start at 8:30? In Africa, we even mask this lack of professional culture and we say it's African time. So that when we're starting at 9, we'll arrive at 11. And we comfortably move into it and say, no, it's African time, it's African time. No, we should then adhere to professional culture, especially within the aviation space, because we need that, because it builds up and become safety culture. Organizational culture. During COVID time, we were forced to work from home. Those who could do their work from home, there were those who can't work from home. When the management call us back for just 1 week, come and work in the office for 1 week, do we easily accept that? Or we feel like we are being victimized? Because COVID has come in, replace this culture that 8 to 4, Monday to Friday, we're at work. For those who does Monday to Friday, because those who does Tuesday to Saturday, 5 days. Do we accept when then the managers, they want to cancel it for temporary reason, because there's a reason, we want you back, we are doing this and that, it need more people. Or we come back mourning and complaining. Why me? Why not so and so? It eat out into that organizational culture. It corrode safety culture. But those three, they say that the scholars are saying that the three of them combined, its product, its safety culture. Of course, safety culture has got its own elements. I'm coming to them. Safety culture may be classified as positive, negative, and neutral. We don't want the last two. They are bad news because then you need to kiss goodbye safety management system. It's not going to work for as long as you're sitting at neutral or negative. We need to foster positive safety culture, which is essential for achieving consistent aviation safety performance from our ATSEPs. So, according to scholars, I suspect Mr. Rizin would have came with this, maybe in light of changes, artificial intelligence, and so forth. Maybe you need to relook at this. But as it stands, Mr. Rizin came up with those 5 elements. In some journals, they actually says 4 of them, they actually make informed culture, but I just put them as 5 because they come as safety culture. Do we have the reporting culture? Even when we have done wrong ourselves, our self-accepts, you have went and you have done something wrong, or maybe you forgot to do the checks. It's routine checks supposed to be done, you skip it. Do you then go and sit and reproduce the results sitting behind your computer without having to go to the field, go to the VOR, go to the ILS, do the ground checks? Or you just sit and take the previous reading and change one number, and you're likely to put something that is out of the limits and we'll pick it up. But do you then sit and say that I missed it? I need to go to my leadership and report myself. I have missed the checks and deal with the consequence. Because coming up with creative ways of doing things, then it becomes you. Eventually, you will do that up until you create an incident. And by the time we get to investigate, we found that the site has not been visited for the past year. This checks this person has, they don't correlate with the days that are written on the site logbook, because there's always a way that we'll find out that work is not getting done. But that is reporting culture. Just culture, I don't like it that much because it's responsive, it's not proactive. It says that we're gonna wait for us to get into trouble. And then we're gonna whip out just culture and say that it was an error. So let's use just culture for you to forgive me. But most of the time it's so difficult to prove intent versus error. Because that's what just culture says. As if it's an error, human make mistakes. Human are built like that with mistakes that they make. So we're gonna use just culture after to forgive you. And then we take that and we say that we're gonna train others. But it happened that it keeps on happening over and over again, and then just culture and then look like it is being abused. Flexible culture. As ATSEPs, are we flexible? I believe we are. I believe we are. Looking into the world, since COVID, all countries went through the same challenges. Aging infrastructure. When you hear about it in South Africa, you also hear it in the United States, in Europe, and so forth. But because of flexible culture that is out there, we are still able to make means of what we have while waiting to catch up and to replace, because we lost a lot of money as well during the COVID. The learning culture, are we willing to go out there and do research? I was checking one article, it says that, I think it's in Greece, yeah, it's in Turkey. They say that the companies, they partner with universities, because Turkey has realized that when a student wants to pass, a student will come with good ideas, and then they can harness and harvest those ideas and make solution with them. Do we have the spirit of learning ATSEPs? do we want to go and learn? Do we want to go and research? Not to go and research and do theoretical research, applied research, where we go and develop products. Because we've done a lot of theories. There is a lot of papers that are saying too many stories. We want product, something that you have learned, you've written the code, we design solutions, something that can be scaled, something that can be brought back and be used to solve real problems. Enough of models and frameworks and theoretical framework. We need products, something that we can sell, something that it can solve real life problems. So the informed culture, they said it will be the sum total of the other four, where you have done all those things, now you are informed. So our CNS systems, they are moving, we like it or not, they are moving into the digital space. And as soon as you take your system into the digital space, what normally happens, you got these players and these actors who want to harm. They may want to blackmail, or they may just want to sow chaos for no reason. They may just want to switch off everything. So cybersecurity threat landscape, it continued to evolve, and it loomed large with hackers targeting CNS system and sensitive data. We have seen in Europe most of the time, it could be the impact of Ukraine-Russia war, I don't know, but there's quite a lot of this disruption where the whole ATM system it's not working, it's not usable, because somebody has put in their bug there just for no reason, just to create an irritation. But it can be very, very problematic, because sometimes you may have to delete everything and then redo everything, and you don't have time. The planes are in the sky, they need to land. But what gives us a great comfort is that there is a growing awareness within the industry that protection against threats depends on more than complex technology infrastructure and tools. But human error is still considered to be the cause of most cyber breaches. Colleagues, human error has been identified in aviation accidents to contribute about 70% of them. Okay, some say 70 to 75, some say 70 to 80%. So we see the same human error coming here on cybersecurity. And I saw the Teles man, Champier was talking about it, that it's mainly human errors. Bringing my memory stick from varsity, I just want to quickly play music on the Top Sky PC, and then the next thing, there is no pictures anymore. And then we see the ransom message there that pay this much, you will get your files back. But that also feedback to safety culture. Are we aware of our actions? If the company didn't lock the USB ports, can we just bring in any memory stick there and just start playing music, play a movie? We need to be aware. But human may also be the key to building a successful cybersecurity that will be achieved through training. So the new workforce need to be in consideration of this cyberspace. We cannot carry on hiring and putting in technician who will do VOR check and do the VHF check and do the ILS check. Technology has evolved. We may need this line of defense as well as part and parcel of the army of ATSEPs, because that is where we are right now. And the consequence of a successful cyber attack on CNS system can be severe. You can quantify it from time to time when people land and complain that they were delayed, they were supposed to be in a meeting somewhere in Europe and so forth. But sometimes the plane will just fall from the sky because they are not getting guidance. Maybe they are having challenges. And because somebody has decided to plant in a bug there in the system, and next thing, a number of people have died. The plane has fallen from the sky. Very, very important. But scholars have come up with this, that we can then expand safety culture to cyber culture, or cyber security culture. Just as safety culture ensure that the employees prioritize safety practice in their daily routines, a cyber security culture emphasizes the importance of security measures in every aspect of operations. By expanding the existing safety culture to include cybersecurity principle, ATSEPs can mitigate the risk posed by cyber threats and reduce the likelihood of successful attack. How do we reduce it? Is by having ATSEPs that are in that space, professionally trained to be able to deal with cyber threats. A positive safety culture directly influences operational safety and performance. That is very, very, very true. Whoever came with the safety culture elements was was spot on. Because if we follow all those 5 elements, you then start to have a situation where safety culture inhibit hazardous shortcuts. Humans are born with these unique capabilities, the ability to take shortcuts, sometimes even unprovoked. Humans just find a way to take shortcuts. And shortcuts sometimes lead to incidents, accidents, costly accidents as well. Circumventions of rules. Because if you don't have a robust safety culture, people just do as they wish. Anything goes. And that's why you will have policies and procedures so that we try and replace the culture that you come with it from outside to a new culture that we're trying to inculcate in a workplace. Poor decision making. That will happen when an organization doesn't have a robust safety culture. However, good people, failure to manage the arrival of artificial intelligence can derail all that we are trying to achieve in terms of safety culture. Like the speaker 2 days ago, I think it was him, it's indicated that he doesn't trust human with artificial intelligence. I'm thinking like him as well. I have issues with these things, and I was hoping one day governments are going to meet and say that let's limit this thing. Because my greatest worry, especially in terms of safety culture, is we will have one day a workforce that cannot think much without saying, let's go and consult AI. Where will the solutions come from? We're going to go to the machine to give us solution. I see people are even using AI to write codes. They just copy it and then they run it and then that's it. So meaning that if it is true that we are using 3% of our brains, it's simply going to diminish and go to 0.1%. Because this thing is going to do the thinking for us. So when it gets to intelligent, one day it is just going to take over and the next thing, nothing is left. So that still need to be managed. I had the speaker 2 days ago saying that we need to do simulation to test the ATSEPs, if they're still proficient, if they're still capable, and continuously do that like we do with the ATCs. Maybe that could work, but we need to find a way as ANSP's aviation to manage the arrival of artificial intelligence. Yes, it assists here and there with automations, but when it comes to air traffic management controlling, you still need to see somebody sitting in there so that they can override this if it gets out of hand, because it can get corrupted. We've seen so many movies, of course it's fiction, we've seen so many movies when this thing becomes too smart. And then they disconnect the control and start managing themselves, and it just become a problem. And I think that will be all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maloi. Any question for him? Wow.
Just one small thing. I will be very fast. So I would like to thank you for all these efforts to explain us some things, but I would like to notice one. I would like to notice, because it would be good if you think a little bit about it during lunchtime. You mentioned something about just culture. So I would like to state that it's not only about protecting the staff. It's about the ensuring of integrity of operational data. If your regulation is not good, if everyone knows that the equipment is not working well. If training was not proper, and it's not written everywhere, tomorrow when something happens, authorities will say in their press release, ATSEP made mistake, that's because of ATSEP. Just culture helps on time. At first, ATSEP to trust system, so they can freely say, I think I don't know everything about this, please give me better training for this. Or I don't understand regulation, or I see some empty spots in regulation. Or, okay, this happens, I didn't reacted well, maybe I need some rest. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm not sure how this equipment works. Only that. Just culture is about making all us together one system. Thank you.
Thanks. Duspu?
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm grateful for the presentation. Very splendid one, of course. I would like to ask, during your presentation, you talk about a positive safety culture directly influences the operational safety and performance. Now, I want to know, since a positive safety culture directly influences performance, how can we assess and measure the safety culture within organization? Thank you.
Can I go? It can be measured, but with difficulties. But because the 5 elements are there that make up safety culture, when the employees, I'll talk about reporting culture, whatever happened in the building, and they report, whether it's their friend or themselves or the top structure or lower structure, there is a culture somehow of reporting. Of course, there will be some of those who may feel like I may be victimized, but that's where he come from, where then just culture came in, where we enable an environment that enables anyone to come and report. And if that is there, you can then tick the reporting culture. The just culture is, how do us as managers respond to somebody who has purely and genuinely has made a mistake? If management in that unit is able to look into it, so this was a mistake, we are sending you to training to try and address this one piece of issue that has led to this, then you can somehow tick there is an element of just culture there. The one where it's learning, you will see the people reporting to you coming with their request for training. Can you fund us? And then it will be up to you to derail that, or you fund the people. You may say that, no, you guys are too busy in school, I'm not going to approve this, you are wasting money. Then that will be you hindering one element of the safety culture. But as soon as the colleagues are coming in and they are being empowered, go and do your school so that we can come back, harvest the knowledge. That is done. The informed culture you'll see by the types of decision your employees your employees make. That in a way, I am dealing with employees that are informed. I'm not so sure how you can translate it to statistically to say that 90%, I don't think it can get there, but surely there will be some metrics that can be used to measure it. But by just viewing at the behavior at a particular unit, you can say that here, safety culture has been embedded. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Very good points. I only have a disagreement in line with what you said about just culture is reactive. Is not completely the opposite. It is a culture that secures that we don't repeat the same mistakes. We learn from our mistakes. It builds trust, and also share responsibility. There is a regulation in Europe, EU 376, about incidents reporting and investigation, that justifies and sets the agreement between, let's say, the acceptable and non acceptable behaviors. So with the commitment of the management, this gives the possibility for the employee to report without the hassle of being punished or get accountable, because we all know that nobody is perfect. We all can do mistakes. Some of our mistakes may be due to ignorance or maybe to improper training. So it's not all the things in the same line. So at least in Europe, we have embedded that the just culture is a very useful tool in the arena of the arts professions. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Baloyi. Thanks for the presentation. My question, you've spoken about obviously safety culture and with regards to the learning culture. So obviously from that, you get the what we call the lesson learned, and which sort of acts like feedback to the system. So my question is, based on the lesson learned, and which, how can I put it? The measures for you, from in your opinion, what would be the best practice to sort of ensure that the learnings that we get from that is effective, so that we sort of stop the vicious cycle, and what measures can be put in place to ensure that such learnings become effective?
Go ahead.
So in terms of learning culture, so there will be two types. There will be one where it's some ANSP has got their own internal training institution, but there will be other ATSEPs that may want to go and further their studies externally. So of course, externally maybe be difficult for us to ensure it's effective because we don't have much control. It's something that is happening on another learning institution. But internally, it will be surveys at the end of the course that need to be done. There are reports that are done by the instructors, those who were running the course. They will then write a report, and then they do surveys where we can then go and find statistical data there. How are we doing? Is the improvement that may need to be done in the course that is being down there? And then from the data that we find, then we can put measures in place to try and ensure that we are still getting quality education. And of course, as new instructors come, you may see the quality of learning drifting left or drifting right, meaning that it can go bad, it can go good, but the employees that are attending the training should be able to produce enough data for us to be able to put measures to ensure that the training that is happening there is effective.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think Thokozane forgot something when he was introducing you. Before I go ahead, he didn't say you used to be a security guard in Hillbrow, but I wish it's more of a comment that on the AI, it's a tool. Like your screwdriver, you can use to stab someone. If you use your AI to do things wrongly, the responsibility still lies within that ATEP. And it's a tool like any other tool. But I wish people could change their minds on that part. It was more like a comment on that part of the AI. Thank you.
Justice, thank you very much for the presentation. I think you're touching on very important points here, but I think I'll be biased a little bit since I'm from the training academy. The learning culture thing, it's for me as an instructor, I think I'm starting to get worried with the learning culture thing. I'm like, how do we encourage our ATEPs to do research? How do we encourage them to keep on learning? Because I feel like I don't want to take it broad. I just want to take it here, home in South Africa. Whenever I think I'm honored that I get a chance to interact with a lot of ATEPs on a daily basis. And whenever you talk to them, they are too busy. They are too busy. And I think you know about that. They are too busy. So how do we encourage them to learn? We have an association now. How many working papers do I have as SATIPA? It's not only about the working papers, but it's the willingness to provide solutions, because it's working papers wanting to try to address something. So I think we don't have that in us. Then how do we encourage people to do that? How do we instill that learning culture in them? Thank you.
I think the first one, which is I believe it's a low hanging fruit, is to see the leaders doing the same, the top structures doing the same, so that the lower structures can do as they do. But if it is static in different level, where the leaders, since they got their degree in 1970 something, they are content with that, they are not changing anything, it is a bit difficult to then come to the lower level and say, can you please do this? Can you please do that? But if it becomes the organizational culture that we want to learn, we want to learn more, then everybody start adopting and start moving towards that path. I talk about myself. I did the same. I did my master's.
Imagine a world where the vibrant tapestry of East Africa is missing one of its most iconic
Two of
threads.
them just applied this year. They want to start next year. There are some that were doing it last year. So they are starting to come and ask me, how did you do this? What qualification did you need to do this? Because I went through the path. But if the leaders of this particular institution are just happy with what they get or what they got, it then becomes difficult. You'll got only few outliers, one or two outliers who are just different, who are just going to take it upon themselves. But if the leader is leading by example, following this culture, then you're going to get people following through.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're running out of time. I see the conversation is getting stronger and stronger. I think we will take it offline. We can continue with it. We just need to finish these ones before I am being accused as the one who made sure people didn't get their food. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Justice Malone. Right. My next presentation, after which I will take my seat. The topic is radio frequency exposure hazards for ATSEP, medical surveillance requirements and safety protocol. I'll call upon Mr. Keva Pato to come forth and do the presentation. May you please give him a round of applause.
I hope that since I'm
speaking about the radio frequency transmitting, my slides have some energy to give you and keep you engaged with me within few next minutes. Could you please? I'm gonna to speak the two items that I have mentioned yesterday, two barriers. One of them, the RF exposure for ATSEP, and also the requirements for medical surveillance for the ATSEPs. But still, I don't have my presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, as I told you, I'm gonna to speak about the ATSEP exposure to RF exposure in aviation, and I have made some official studies, and I found that ATSEP in this area has been misidentified. If you go through the internet and make some search about the RF exposures, for example, here we have aerodrome operators that we should take care about them for NDB-RF exposures. We have a document from FAA that it is going to take care about the air traffic organization for radiation safety program. Another one also the non-directional beacon, and also they are gonna to be take care about the air traffic control for RF exposures. So unfortunately, if we go through the research, we find air traffic controllers and everybody others, but in the reality, we know that ATSEPs are people who do daily maintenance, they do ground checks, they are going to fault hazards, and maybe they are being encountered to RF leakages. I think this slide is very known for most of us, that the CNS ATM systems, and they are radiation powers. We skip it. We have some things that SAR, a specific absorption ratio. It is defined by wattage per kilogram, and there are so many phenomena if it is going beyond the threshold, and for example, if it is going beyond in above the frequency more than 6 gigahertz at the temperature of 45 centigrade, it would be the pain threshold, and the person would be understand that he has some power absorptions, and the power density about 70 to 50 milliwatt. Also, we have International Agency for Research on Cancer, and they have identified the RF exposures from CNS systems. They are in the category of group 2B, Bravo. It means that there is possibility to be harmful for human body. Maybe somebody say that we have automation and we have modernizations, and maybe in the near futures we have decreased the effects of ATSEP to be exposed RF exposures. But as you can see, when we have more automated systems, we need more expertise, and as a result, the system is getting more complex, and also we need some troubleshooting skills, and it would be increased the RF exposures. If we want to look our daily working scenarios, One of them is the routine maintenance, that we have some RF exposures within these limits. But studies are assigned it to controllers. We have corrective maintenance, that the power exposures would be within this range, and it is completely ignored in any other activities for ATSEPs. And also we have flight inspection supports, that for this purpose also we should run ground test, ground check, and also maybe some adjustment, power adjustment. So for this case also, there is the probability of being in RF exposures. When I was speaking with my colleagues in Asia Pacific, they say, okay, if we speak about this, maybe all of ATSEP are, they become frightened and say, oh, so we are in the danger and we should take care, and maybe they refuse the work, or maybe they are leaving the work and so on. But there is some golden rule, which is called ALARA. It means that you should minimize the RF exposure as minimum as possible. And the responsibility of this, one of them is to the engineer control, the other one is the administrator. The engineer who is working, maybe some works are not needed to go on site, they can do it by remote. While working, for example, they do some shielding. And also one of the most important and efficient way is decreasing the power when you are working with RF antenna and so on, and any other like this. Also, the administration has some duties and responsibilities like time limitations, job rotations, and also to minimize the work, allow them to do it at low traffic periods. And due to this, we should have also special medical surveillance, because the baseline is maybe we need some RF sensitivity screening. Maybe you have cardiovascular evaluations, ophthalmological examinations, and maybe periodic health assessments. And these are some items that should be done, annual monitoring, to become sure that RF exposures doesn't threaten ATSEP health. So we should look for any standards. Is there any standards related to these issues? The good news is, yes, there are so many standards, IEEE standards. We have International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protections, which my country also followed this one. We have FCC regulations. And unfortunately, due to the ICAO, we don't have any regularity or perspectives for this case. And it's a critical problem. One thing that I want to emphasize more, according to ICNIP, they said that they have established thermal effects, but there is a research gap regarding the long-term low-level exposure effects. And this is exactly what we are doing, and we are exposure to it during our daily works. One thing that is very important is the boundary, and everybody and ATSEP who are working with RF systems should be aware about it, is these RF exposure zones. The green zone is the public. It's everybody, like near the BTS mobile phone cells and any other cases. We are living, and they are helping us to continue our life. But the zone 2, which is in orange, but here I think it's yellow. Yes, it is just train only people should be over there. I mean, they should be aware that where are they, and because maybe we are doing repair or any other, there is the risk that something happens and these boundaries are not being retained. The next zone is the red zone. The red zone is near the or radiation source, so it should be time limited. And this is the zone that also mostly we are working in it. And the dark zone, it is prohibited. It means nobody should be there, and the risk of hazards would be so much high. How about the ATSEP? ATSEP is working in zone 3, 4, and sometimes in zone also. Yes, mostly we are as ATSEP zone 3 and 4. 1 and 2 is not important also for us. And we have an FCC occupational limits that according to the power density in the environment, your time minutes, the limitation of time limits also has been determined. And we should follow it during the work to avoid any hazard or anything happens. But we have another dilemma, which is we have some works, it is normal shift, and we have some fixed, so our boundary are be defined, and we could put some signs to people and ask them to do not enter them and so on. But when we have the other part, which is malfunction reality, we are moving in boundaries, and maybe we go also to prohibited area. So we should define a specific time, rotation, and shift, especially for case 2 and case 3. And one thing that maybe for future may be useful, maybe we use AI if we have data set and we have recorded the data during the works, maybe it helps us. The other part that also is essential, the ATSEP should be have RF monitor equipment. When they are moving in these boundaries, they should be carry on some equipment by National Institute of Standards and Technology in USA. They should be some equipment that they integrated with the ATSEP, and they have automated alarm systems. They can logging and gathering the data, and they could be used for further analysis and also to keep away the ATSEPs from any RF exposure. According to the international standards, people who are working with the RF equipment, they should carry on some dosimetry, as I mentioned to you. And also, as the technology is going beyond, these equipments are also grown up, and for example, they could have GPS location tagging, and it would help the people to gather more data, and it would be more useful for the near future usage. Just for information, the implementation requirements is these dosimeters should be calibrated. They should have central database. They should be automated reporting. I mean, if they go beyond the exposure of RF, they should be reported. And the supervisor could be alerts when the time-weighted average approaches the occupational limits. and mandatory investigation after that should be started. But what we can do, the opportunity now is to IFATC as the or main organization now to follow and look for occupational health hazards for ATSA people, and they should propose IQ documents for safety monitoring and health protections for ATSEPs. Fortunately, now we have a human factor, which my colleagues in Asia Pacific, they have issued. We can also amend these parts to these documents and also use it in IQ. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much
You're welcome.
from all our presenters for today. Unfortunately, we will not have time for questions, but if you meet presenter at lunch or somewhere, you may pose questions from him. Thank you very much. Usually when we have a 3-course meal, we'll start with a very light course, which is called starters, to open your appetite, or is it to open your throat? And then that's followed by the main course. And then lastly, you have dessert, which is the very nice part of the meal. And that's exactly what we have done for today. We've left the last part of the day for today for dessert, which is a very nice and sweet part of the meal. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If you may please indulge us for a few minutes to observe the closing ceremony for the formal proceedings of the day, just before we take a lunch break, and followed by the plenary session in the afternoon, which is a closed session. So the few minutes we will receive 4 speakers, starting from a representative from IFAIMA. May I invite the representative from IFAIMA to come up and give us their closing remark.
Gentlemen, can you hear me? Yes. So good afternoon. My name is Rosalind Mumbo. I am the Vice President of the International Federation of Aeronautical Information Management Associations. It is just a mouthful, so just like a FATSIA. And I see you removed the P from a FATSIA so that you can make it a little bit shorter. So I came here with so many expectations, and they were all met. I've had a wonderful time, and I'm going to steal some of what I've seen in this what do you call it, the General Assembly, for our own next year's. Ours we call our general AGM, but also there's an assembly. So I'd like to say that coming from somebody who we are the unseen also, aeronautical information is just like the ATSEPs. They don't see us. When we go back to the villages, they always think we work for the airline. And so for me, because I'm from Kenya, they will ask me, so how is Kenya Airways? And I say it is fine, because you really will not be telling somebody from the village, oh, I do aeronautical information. Just like you will not be saying ATSEP for the Africans here. Just say, yes, South African Airways if you're in South Africa or wherever you come from. But I've really, really appreciated, and I want to say it was really successful, and thank you very much. So greetings from IFAIMA. And I want to also say that some of the things we share, the presenter from Iran, he talked about English language proficiency, as well as licensing and certification. This is something that we can actually work together as IFATSIA and IFIMA and ensure that all air navigation services have English language proficiency and certification and are included in ICAO Annex 1 licensing. It is very important. For those of us who speak English and we understand English, we think it is simple. But when you come to documents, sometimes ICAO documents begin with English, and then the rest of the world who doesn't speak English really struggles to catch up with what is happening. So it is important. Now, last but not least, we are in charge of issuing information. So we issue information, we collect information data, and process it, and then issue information. We are supposed to make sure the information is correct, complete, and in the right format. But the partner who makes sure we do this is you guys. So I want to say thank you very much. We will not make it without you. And I like to make a joke that if the Noah's Ark situation ever happened, we are working hand in hand into the Ark with you guys because we can't make it by ourselves. So thank you so much, and congratulations for a wonderful, wonderful General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that very short and very sweet representation of IFIMA. See, I promise that this is the sweetest part of the program. Now I would like to invite Mr. Lalang from Kenya to come and give us the closing remarks. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. I was just trying to walk on the shoes of what is happening now, and they are very heavy. My name is Lalang Wilberforce from Kenya. I know this is another task we have enjoyed. We have learned so many things. And right now, the baton is on us, Kenya, 2026. So I'll stand on the protocol of that was already established. That is what I learned from this place. And I believe that currently I'm standing, I'm not sitting down. So mine is just to, well, I'm not used to reading, but let me just read it. Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure, and the spirit of warm African hospitality that I stand before you today to extend a formal invitation to the 54th IFATSIA General Assembly, which will be held in the vibrant city of Nairobi, Kenya in 2026. Following the successful assembly here in Cape Town, South Africa, the mantle is of hosting the extreme gathering in ACEPT, professional passes to East Africa. So we are moving from South Africa to East Africa, Nairobi, Kenya, the city in the sun. Is a dynamic hub of aviation and innovation, perfectly poised to host this crucial event. Why Nairobi? Is the way of aviation. It has a lot of cultural experiences that I believe that when you'll be there, you will attest to it. And thirdly, is a platform for progress. The General Assembly will provide an invaluable forums for collaboration, sharing knowledge, and sharing the standards and future of and more resilient global aviation systems. Right now, as we were here, I tried to take some notes, and I think I filled all the papers that come on my way there on what we actually supposed to be doing. But above all, I want to say congratulate the South Africa team for the work that they have done. So here in Kenya, I know most of you might have an idea of where Kenya is. Continue. Kenya is somewhere in the middle of Africa. Pardon? Oh, sorry. This one. The technology is sometimes in the middle here like this. Sorry. Okay. KCA is a government authority, and our Director General is Mr. Emilia Rao, who gave us the go-ahead to bid for this. And I believe that by the time we are there, you will have interaction with him. Our manager, Engineer Eric Meli, who we were here together. He accompanied us so that anything that happens in future, he has an idea, and I believe that we're going to do some good work. That is Nairobi, Kenya. Welcome. Just a short screen, a picture of one of the places that we intend to host. That is Nairobi, where it is. Yeah, there. Yeah, we are at the equator. You can decide to go to the northern hemisphere or go to the southern hemisphere at the same time. Yes. At the equator, it will be an experience for those who are in the northern hemisphere and those who are in the southern hemisphere. We have a phenomena that we will know it when you are there. Yeah, it is a very good phenomena. So I believe that when you come, you will find some interesting things that will be there. Now, how do you arrive to Nairobi, Kenya? Some will use the land, but I prefer, especially on seeing the colors that are there, is that we have all the connections. So we don't have a reason to say that you can't arrive in Kenya. They're all direct flights from America. You see that long one, Africa, Asia, Europe. So you are all welcome. And there's a lot of statistics that is there. I believe that with time you realize that we are in a good place. Yeah, that is the aircraft that's supposed to. Not any other. That. Yeah. It is from in most of the cities that it will take you to Nairobi. Yes, it will take you to Nairobi. So don't worry about it. Wherever you are, wherever you are in the continent, in the country, in the whole world, Kenya Airways is there. To Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Yeah. Nairobi hosts several and regional and international organizations. One of it is ICAO, is a regional headquarter. So you are not going to somewhere that ICAO does not know. It has a footprint there. We also have the United UN Habitat. It is in Nairobi. So if you have a problem with the environment, we will have some time so that you can give your grievances to the office. We also have the UN regional headquarters. So if you have an issue with the UN, we can book an appointment and make sure that we arrive there. And you read there, it says Karibu. Karibu in Kiswahili. But in English, it is welcome. I think German is willkommen. French? Yeah, that one. That is difficult. I could not, yeah. Yeah. So, welcome. It's there. Now, Nairobi and Kenya is a place with interesting things that I believe that when you come, you'll definitely have an opportunity to sight and to see. We have wildlife. The biggest migration is called the 7th New Wonders of the world. I know there are 6. Majority of it is 6, but we have one in Kenya, the 6th one, the 7th one. So welcome, so that we can also see that the 7th wonder. Now, I know this is the in thing. We have all, man has none. We have the lion, we have the buffalo, we have the elephant, we have the rhino, we have the leopard, we have the giraffe. I didn't add it there, and many others. So when you come, we will have to make sure that we break some of these things and at least see majority of that. Now, why do you see a blank? Something new is coming up. Let me see what it comes of. Huh? What do you think is coming up? The logo, the new logo. No. Okay. Let's see, and then we will.
Imagine a world where the vibrant tapestry of East Africa is missing one of its most iconic threads, Kenya. A world without the birthplace of humanity. In this alternate reality, the absence of Kenya, a nation where our earliest ancestors millions of years ago roamed vast plains. Here, the very first human fossils were discovered, cementing Kenya's place as the cradle of humankind. This land, rich in history and steeped in mystery, holds the secrets of our very beginnings. Its significance is immeasurable, so without Kenya, we wouldn't even exist. Without Kenya would mean a world without the vibrant Maasai culture. Imagine a world devoid of the Maasai's distinctive red shuka cloth, their energetic adumu dance, and the striking beadwork that tells tales of their heritage. Picture a society missing the communal lifestyle of the Maasai, where cattle are a symbol of wealth and children are taught the values of sharing and respect from a tender age. The absence of Kenya would mean the loss of this rich and colorful culture. Imagine a world without Kenya's marathon dominance. Kenyan athletes, renowned for their exceptional long-distance running, have etched their names in the annals of athletic history. Their unparalleled endurance and determination are a testament to human spirit and grit. These athletes have become symbols of perseverance, inspiring countless around the globe. Their achievements have not only set new standards in athletics, but also transcended the boundaries of sports, becoming a source of national pride. A world without Kenyan athletes would certainly be less exciting. Without Kenya, the world's most successful mobile payment service would not have been invented, the M-Pesa. This innovative mobile money system has revolutionized the way banking is done, not just in Kenya, but around the world. A prime example of innovation emerging from developing countries and being adopted globally. Its success has encouraged innovation in mobile-based financial services in many parts of the world, leading to a broader transformation in the way people manage their finances. It's a revolution that has transformed lives, boosted economies, and paved the way for a more inclusive financial landscape. Through M-Pesa, millions of people have been given access to financial services right at their fingertips. Kenya has indeed redefined financial inclusion, and without it, the world would be a less connected place. Kenya's role in global peacekeeping and diplomacy cannot be overstated. As a beacon of stability in East Africa, Kenya has consistently contributed to peacekeeping missions, lending its soldiers to quell conflicts and restore peace. Moreover, its diplomatic efforts have helped to mediate disputes, fostering unity and cooperation in a region often marked by political tensions. Kenya's influence extends beyond its borders, promoting peace and stability on an international scale. Without Kenya, the world would be less peaceful and more chaotic. Imagine starting your day without Kenya's world-renowned coffee or tea. Kenya's fertile highlands, kissed by equatorial sun, yield some of the finest Arabica coffee and black tea in the world. These beverages, steeped in a rich tradition of excellence, have woven themselves into the fabric of our daily lives. Their unique flavors, a testament to Kenya's agricultural prowess, awaken our senses and brighten our mornings. And so, we find that Kenya's influence extends far beyond its borders, into our homes and our routines. Without Kenya, our mornings would definitely be less enjoyable. A world without Kenya's breathtaking landscapes and wildlife is unimaginable. Picture the vast golden savannas where time seems to stand still, and the rhythm of nature orchestrates a symphony of life. Here, the lion, the elephant, the wildebeest, and countless others play out the ancient dance of predator and prey. Beyond the savannas, Kenya's landscapes morph into the pristine white sands of its coastal beaches, kissed by the warm Indian Ocean, a paradise for both marine life and humans alike. And then there are the majestic mountains like Mount Kenya, their peaks piercing the sky, offering a different but equally captivating biodiversity. The beating heart of Kenya, however, is its wildlife. Kenya has become a symbol of Africa's vibrant biodiversity, home to the Big Five and a multitude of other species, living testimony to the wonders of evolution. Without Kenya, the world would certainly be less beautiful and diverse. It's clear that a world without Kenya would be a world lacking in many ways. From the cradle of humankind to the innovative M-Pesa revolution, Kenya's influence is far-reaching. The nation's unique Maasai culture, marathon dominance, and pivotal role in peacekeeping and diplomacy demonstrate its global importance. Its agricultural prowess in coffee and tea, coupled with breathtaking landscapes and wildlife, further enrich our world. So, can we imagine a world without Kenya? The answer is a resounding no. Kenya, as with all nations, contributes to the intricate mosaic of our planet's story, reminding us that each thread, no matter how seemingly small, is an integral part of the greater human tapestry.
Imagine if Kenya is not there. Karibuni with Kenya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lalang. Asante sana. You can stay in Africa. I see there was so much excitement when he announced the venue for the next year. So, karibu sana. You are welcome. I'm going to invite the next speaker for the session, Meneer Karl Garsbach. If you may please come and represent ATNS for closing remarks. Thank you.
So yeah, unfortunately, our video for South Africa is only available tomorrow. Before lunch, you sit on the left-hand side of the bus. After lunch, you definitely sit on the left-hand side of the bus, unless they take the route other way around, then it's on the right-hand side. But from our side, thank you all for joining us in South Africa. Thanks for the IFATSA and SATSEPA for all the work you've done in arranging this. The people sitting at the back who've done all the administration that we don't see, thank you to all of them as well. And then also to all of you. I believe we've been over 200 people together over the days, and then also the exhibitors to share with us their knowledge and their products to help us in taking decisions going forward. So for me, this was really encouraging opportunity to start charging some of our batteries and get excited. And if I look at everybody's notebooks, everybody's got notes. So I anticipate for next year's session, getting papers and progress reports on work done would not be a challenge, because everybody's got a lot of ideas that they've written down. So I think for me, it's really, Jim Rohn said, motivation, it is what gets us started, but commitment is what keeps us going. And looking at our video that we've seen earlier this week, the commitment to maintain equipment in those inhospitable places really shows commitment to all of us. So I believe this was just to remotivate all of us, and then we'll see the fruit of our work when we report back next year in Kenya. I hope I'm invited to look at how we have delivered on those expectations. So again, from ATNS as well, thank you, and enjoy the rest of your stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Horsburgh. Now, the cherry on top of the ice cream, we would like to invite the IFATSIA President, Engineer Frank Appiagyei. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I have known Lisa for many, many years, so no wonder she pronounces my name eloquently. Yes, I used to attend the frequency meeting with her in those days, many years back. And I remember in 2013, we were in Pattaya when we met Lofta over there. So when she says that the first time she met Lofta was 2015. Later, I called her and corrected her that you met Lofta in 2013. Thank you very much. Okay, so permit me, because I would want to wait for the executive secretary to come. We have one more function to do. As we stated, we realize that it's always important for IFASI to enter into partnership and collaboration. Aviation is an ecosystem, and we need to exist to collaborate to ensure that we continuously maintain the highest standards of safety that is required of us as industry players. And therefore, we have an MOU to sign with IFIMA, and Miss Roslyn Mumbo, please, without wasting much time, if you could come up here, please come. Yes, we're going to sign them. So you moderate this one because I will sign.
Sure. So I know our technical people are working diligently to get this up on the screen, but I'll read it really quickly. Oh, it's on the screen. Perfect. Just don't want me to read? I'll read the purpose. So the International Federation of Air Traffic Safety Electronics Associations and the International Federation of Aeronautical Information Management Associations agreed to work collaboratively to advance the interests and protect the rights of aeronautical information management, aeronautical communications, and flight data processing personnel, and air traffic safety electronics personnel, in particular, as both federations represent these professionals amongst their members. Furthermore, IFIMA and IFATSA will support each other's overarching objective of achieving the inclusion of ATSEP and AIM professionals in Annex 1 of the International Civil Aviation Organization. Pass that back to you.
Fine. Thank you very much. Okay, so I signed this on behalf of the executive board and the entire membership of the IFASI.
And I do the same. I sign on behalf of IFIMA, Executive Board, and the entire IFIMA.
Sign. With this, we now enter into a new era of agreement and collaboration. Thank you so much.
And we need to display the documents. Then I can give
Just like this? Yeah, there you go. Can you switch back to the blank screen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been an amazing week for all of us, and I would want to, on behalf of the entire FASI membership, say a big thank you to our sponsors. Without you, I'm sure that we would not have been able to stage such an amazing conference. I also would want to personally thank the executives of South African ATSEP for accepting to host the 53rd IFASI General Assembly. Personally, I had confidence in South Africa in hosting such an event, and no wonder you have done all of us great honor. I would also want to thank Mr. Lufta, who is the head of the ICAO Communication, Navigation, Surveillance, and Spectrum section, for the presentations that he has shared with us. I'd also want to thank him very much for accepting to be with us. It's not easy. We understand the heavy shadows that he has at ICAO, but gracefully he accepted our invitation to be with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Lufta. And to all of us, I will not stand in between our lunch. Thank you very much for your dedication and commitment to the Federation. And I mean, seeing the amazing numbers here, that gives us hope for the future, that indeed what all of us are expecting eventually would achieve it. I know that it will take time, but we will get there. And just to give you a hint of what will happen in 2027, we already have Kenya in the back for 2026. And 2027, it will still be on the African soil. We will be moving to Morocco in 2027. Just have that in mind. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, fine. Okay, so thank you. We would take our lunch now, and by 2:30 we have to be back. It's going to be a short lunch, I know. It's 2, yes, 30 minutes. We need to have the closed session. Okay, fine. Maybe let's do 3. Okay, fine. By consensus, can we converge again at 3 p.m.? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please make a few announcements? Yes, a standing ovation, please, for the IFADSIA conference. That was so beautiful. Thank you. I know I'm standing at a very awkward and dangerous position right now. So lunch is served at the restaurant, and there will be overflow in boardroom 1 and boardroom 2 upstairs from the restaurant. Also, announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. We're going to have an excursion tomorrow. please ensure that you register. There's a QR code outside as you walk out. Please make sure that you register and show up for the excursion to explore this beautiful city of Cape Town. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. From my side, I would like to express my gratitude. You are a great, great, great audience. The time is 9 a.m. for the excursion for tomorrow. 9 a.m. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Welcome back. I hope we all had a nice lunch. Okay, so we want to begin, and with your permission, I would like to call the meeting to order. It's a continuation of the special assembly that we had on Monday morning. May I call the Executive Secretary just to update the roll call?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to quickly run through the roll call of countries again, just to make sure that we have an accurate representation of who's in the room. If you are here, please raise your hand. Albania. Thank you, Belgium. Albania, Angola, Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Canada, Egypt, Chile, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech, Dominican Republic, Ethiopia, Finland, France, Gambia. Nope, Gambia. Not yet. Germany, Ghana. I know Ghana was here. I don't think he's the voting delegate, though. I understand he is from Ghana. So they're not in the room, Frank. Ethiopia is in the room? Oh, thank you, sir. One moment. Ghana, last call. Okay. Greece, Haiti, India, Indonesia, Iran, Ireland, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Kenya, Lithuania. They are here, they're not in the room, okay? Luxembourg, North Macedonia, Mali. Oh, apologies, I should have crossed that one off. Malta, Mexico, Montenegro, Morocco, Netherlands, Niger, Nigeria, Norway, Pakistan, Peru, Poland. Oh, there you are. Portugal, Republic of China, Taiwan, Romania, Russian Federation, Serbia, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, South Africa, not even gonna look, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Sweden, Switzerland, Tanzania, Tunisia, Turkey, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, and United States. Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Gambia, okay. We've updated our attendance. So according to the agenda on the screen, you'll see we did form quorum at the beginning of the special assembly, so we do not need to redo that. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of previous assembly minutes by myself. I will be sending out the minutes in an email package at the end of next week. Ghana entered. Okay, thank you for letting me know. So they will be available as of next week. I have received them, but we're not going to go through all of the minutes, but they will be sent out with the minutes from this assembly within the next week or so. Moving on, I'd like to call our treasurer to the podium, Nicola, to present the treasurer report.
Hello, everyone. We can start, yes? While I was coming here, I heard on the hall that Nicola's institute now is serious business. Okay, so let it make a little bit serious. You all know that IFATSEA had some plans. While we are waiting presentation to be... Yeah, we have time. Okay. You know that by constitution, assignment for treasurer is fulfillment of financial obligation of IFATSEA, but now during the time and the goals this executive board put in front of IFATSEA and what we want to achieve, it's a little bit more. So we are making predictions, calculations. We are trying to see where and how to reach our goals. For our goal, we need finance. So I know that you have more contacts with regional directors, that president, executive secretary, and myself, you see us once a year. But that's why I want to encourage you, whatever you have to ask, do it through your regional director or contact directly me. You know me. We can wait for some more. Is there any questions before I start? No? Okay. If we can have presentation treasurer's report. We will wait for our friend Salami to see it. You saw that in last year, much more than before, we started with involvement in activities of social networks and media. That's one of the topics, operation committee, which leads our president and we, general executive secretary and me. That's one of the ideas how we can bring more money, but we will speak more about that. So, report of treasury starts now.
is this? It works. So activities of Treasury during the year, you can see it's about financial management. We arranged financial and travel handbook and financial situation analyzed quarterly. So every quarter, our regional directors and all executive board receives the situation about finances, our predictions, our goals, and what is our current situation. Relations with our affiliates are very important, as you all know. We need to have regular contact. In some countries, we have problems with bank transfers. Some countries, we have reorganization of associations. We need to be patient and we need to follow that situation in order to help the association, because IFATSE is here to help the association, but also to improve the number of affiliates. More affiliates is stronger influence, not just affiliation fees, it's better affiliates. More affiliates is also bigger chance to have focus of some sponsors we need. Currently, we have 2 accounts, Hypotekarna Bank and NLB Bank. You know this one on the right, NLB Bank, that's active bank, you are paying on this bank. Why we have 2? Someone asked yesterday, because they found some invoice from previous for 2 years ago. Once upon a time, it was 2 years ago, 3 now, I don't know anymore. IFATSE start with moving the account to another bank, and it was not successful. At one point, we received an email from bank manager who said that IFATSE has 40 days to take her money, or money will be taken by bank. That's the moment where I had to take responsibility because of my position here, and I have support from executive board to arrange all help Montenegrin Association can give us to very, very fast open an account and save about 70,000 euros. So if we didn't succeed with that, it would be very interesting what happened. But everything goes well. We did it, and this story is important for all of you. Just to remember that it's not important how big or small you are. It's about your results, about your ideas. Everyone is important in IFATSE. So active account is NLB account. Regarding transparency and audit, both accounts are audited by the state and by our auditors. As you saw, now we have permanent auditor base and one auditor from the host country. That solution will stay for some more. Our idea is to include more people to see that everything is okay with your money. Your money is spent as for your goals, for your ideas. And that's your money, and you have to know what's happening with it. For previous Hypotekarna Bank account, we had one idea, but that idea is now changed, and later on you will hear why. The idea was to close it. We could not close it very soon because it would be suspicious for bringing the money first and then very, very fast closing that account. That bank was picked because at that moment that was the fastest way to open an account, wherever, however. Then we moved to another bank because another bank has better connections with more of our affiliates, so we can cover all our space. At the end of GA 2024, Las Vegas, we had 85,000 euros. Now we have 36. Our income per year is 48,000 euros. I will not read all the numbers. I guess you see it well. So about 41,000 from affiliates, and from corporate members 7,000. We have outstanding fees about 30,000 euros, which is maybe not correct. We cannot expect all this money because some of our affiliates are really not active anymore. That's why we need to do once again check who is active, who is not, because during the COVID, as you know, there was no live GAs, there was no activities, so some of the association just didn't survive that kind of organization and situation. When you see on your invoice, on the top right corner, you see in a circle, that's the number of your invoice. It would be good when you're paying by bank transfer just to put that number somewhere, because that's trace for you and me. That's the number of your invoice. So it gets easier to trace it later. What is still new, I would like you to focus now on it. Until now, you see on the bottom, we had note that bank fees should be marked as our, which means that affiliate who is sending money to IFACEA puts our. Now we are changing it to shared, because Montenegro as a state joining officially European Monetary System, European Union, and it's mandatory to put the fees marked as shared. We can say it's not mandatory, but then the price of bank transfer will be much, much larger. So that's it. So since we have obligation to do it in Europe, we will do it for all IFACEA. So for everyone now is shared when you're paying. After making a payment, if you need a receipt or confirmation on any other information regarding current balance, you can contact treasurer or your regional director. This Nikola Tsojic near treasurer, that's me. In case you didn't remember. Okay, so expenses this year is spring executive board meeting, about 70,000 euros, and bringing ICAO representative here, you saw Loftur Johnson. So we reached the point where we can pay and bring that guy here because we need him. That's what we are doing now. We have our goals and we will achieve it. How? We will see how we can do and what we can do. This spring executive board meeting was held in Lisbon, where was Aviation World. Many sponsors. This amount of sponsors here is, if we put aside all the activities by the hosts, Sam, Thomas, and their team in South Africa, this is one of the results. Why we have 12 sponsors and why we will have even more. The idea is not just to have sponsors, but to have corporate members. Then we will have permanent income from that position. By the end of the year, this is what could happen. We have IFACEA EV registration started in Germany, which could not be done by the moment we needed an account. We are still waiting to be dissoluted, and to cover that expenses, IFACEA executive board decided. We have trademark protection, which means that we should take care about using the logo IFACEA now. Professional association already do that, IFALPA does that. So that's why, please, if you are somewhere using IFACEA logo, would be good to inform. I mean, not would be good, would be must to inform executive board. Okay. That's also concerning social networks and whatever needed. But of course, your affiliate, you don't have to ask every time, okay, I put that we are IFACEA affiliates or whatever, you do. But when you're doing anything, social networks, announcing or whatever, IFACEA should know. That's it. But President and Executive Secretary will know more about it and regional director. So when the time comes, you will be more informed. And of course, financial contingency. This is something I wanted to push a little bit because I don't want to be the only one who is in charge for IFACEA bank account. We need to have at least 2%. President, as someone who is in charge, must be signed and authorized to come and use the money if needed. Once we had situation when we could not reach our money, and that should not happen again, never. So here is just an example how financial position and what is our project target is. So current balance, just to repeat, 36,000, but example for what we want to achieve in ICAO, just the basic is 90,000 euros. So we have to do a little bit more efforts on this. The idea is not all the burden to be on members. We need more members, but with increasing members, with the increasement of followers on our social networks, we will have more sponsors, more corporate business partners. So do not hesitate to contact whoever in your country who is good for you and who needs, let's say, a little bit promotion. Please make some contacts, or you do first steps, whatever needed. If ATSEA platform will be more than happy to promote, to find a reasonable way to help them so they can help us. So is that airlines, unions, airports, authorities, whoever wants to promote themselves through the work with ATSEA can be corporate member. If you have any company which needs more attention, that's what we should do. So what are next steps in funding the plans of IFATSEA? Corporate members, we introduced premium corporate membership, which was not until now. It was introduced in Lisbon, and I can announce with the allowance of my president and your president that first IFATSEA premium corporate member is Indra. That's one of the biggest results of our meeting in Lisbon. Before that, Indra was not corporate member at all. Now is premium corporate member, which means 3,000 euros per year, which means that in 6 years, our trip to Lisbon will be paid. With more of this, that will be something. What we have to do more is to check where we can find more corporate members and what we can offer to them. That's why we need strong social networks. We need more contacts. We need more people like ECO Chief CNS who was here. That was our investment. So now, regarding affiliates, our joining fee is 2 euros per member. And this is our yearly membership fee calculation. It regards the number of members, and since it's not so simple, I mean, it's simple, but not so. On the right, you have example, how it goes for 300 members. So for first 50, multiplied by 5, for the next, multiplied by 4, and the rest, 3.5. Is there anyone who needs explanation on this? If maybe you need some time to think, you can find me later. Why I'm showing you this? Because now executive board brought the motion, as every time with is something which is not too easy, they give it to me. So new motion of executive board, which I would like to explain first before executive secretary present it officially, is the joining fee is 5 euros per member. This is for new members, new affiliates, new organization from the countries who wants to join us. And yearly membership calculation would be like this. Look at the red numbers. I would like now to call executive secretary if there is anything to say regarding this. Oh. Okay, is there any opinion on this? I would like to hear. Red numbers are suggested to be new one. And in case we approve it, this will be increased. 8,000 euros only on this. Yes, please. The last time was very, very long time ago. I'm treasurer just 3 years, but per my knowledge and register I have, it was not been since, so in 10 years, I would say. 10 years was this the same, and you know what happened in the meantime. Yes, yes. The idea is to cover that inflation and to try to hold steps with the next. Yes, please. Yes, 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 yes. But you can join as many times as you like if you want to pay. Yes, but thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please. No. The reason is the goal we want to achieve, to send more people to ICAO. No, the business of IFACEA is very, very wide. So, but only that part of ICAO, as you can see in previous slides, it's about 90,000 euros. This is sensitive part, because if we increase too much, next GA, here will be 10 countries, not all of you. The idea is not to have less countries. So this is at least we can do just to cover some part from this source, and the rest we'll arrange with corporate memberships or other activities. So you're right, we cannot cover, we cannot do whatever we like, but at least with this we can cover expenses for the needs of 3 regional directors during all year. What I think is written here, and what you think we would like to hear. So it's not decided, we are talking, whatever you say. I guess we will have voting. Frank, you have something to say?
Thank you. Knowledge, they say, is like a very huge tree. No one person can encircle it. Your idea was never thought of, and I think that it introduces something probably worth discussing. That would it be too much to say that for the total number of affiliates that we have, can each month each affiliate contribute $1? I think it's worth discussing. And if it is the pleasure of the House, I may want to introduce the topic for a short discussion. And if we are okay with it, we can vote on it and decide that this is the way to go. Yes, please. Yes, Mohammed. Come. Ah, okay. Come in. 90,000, not 9,000.
90,000. 90,000. Yes. It's approximately what could be the cost of sending people to the ICAO groups we wanted to send. We mentioned where we need people. Yes. You can continue, please.
So 90,000 euro is the projection, and the hope that it is we get more corporate sponsors, more recruitment in order to fill that gap.
Yeah.
But this increase is for 3 regional directors for the year.
No. I just compare it. Okay. Currently, for regional directors is allowed 2,500. That's it. No more than it. They hate me because of that, but that's it. Before was even less.
It doesn't
Yeah. That was the idea. So that was only my. I was just trying to help you with some proportion. What does it mean for IFATSEA? So what I said, ICAO is not the only goal we have. We also have to be present and to make more connections so we have more support when we come to ICAO. So there's a large number of situations. Yeah, please.
I'm ready to hear the motion unless my colleague has something to say.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
So the 90,000 yearly or?
Yearly, yes. Yes.
Yes. Andres.
Can you please have presentation again? Where we stop?
Not your presentation.
Not mine.
Not mine. Okay, so Andre, in the course of your presentation, put a question.
I know, I understand.
Yes.
That's
So
why I wanted to
that's
show
what
him.
he was.
That's why I wanted
trying
to show him. Yeah. It was.
No, he.
He made a suggestion and proposing in an affiliate or a member to pay at least $1 per month.
He said a member.
Okay, member.
Yes.
Every member to pay
$1 per month.
Now I have a question on the last calculation, the yearly calculation. Can we have the last slide on the slide with the yeah. All right. There's some people that are not out. The kilos in red. With the red one. Yeah, the next one. With the red one.
The new one. Yes.
All right.
For a new affiliate joining the association, I just need a clarification. New affiliate joining the association pays €2 per member presently. So if the affiliate has like 50 membership, they pay €2 times 50, if I'm right?
Yes.
All right. And then in the new dispensation or in the new proposal, the new affiliate should pay like €5 per member, depending on the strength of the membership. That's fine. Fine by me. I just need that clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Enya, please.
Okay, mine is not on these figures. Mine is.
Talk louder, we can't hear you.
No, it's okay. I just want to find out on the account how many signatories that we have.
At the moment, it's one.
That's safe.
There's a schedule for me to go to Montenegro, and I'm sure that I'll do that after the assembly. I have already indicated to him that I will do that.
Was on one slide.
Yes, I'll do that after the assembly.
Good afternoon, all. Yeah, going by the proposals made, what you have on the board now, members are expected to pay €5 per annum. So with the suggestion of Andy, it means that members are going to pay €12 per annum.
Let's say it's the same, $, okay?
Okay, either of the two. So you can see the difference between the two is high. So in my own opinion, that leap is much for us as at now. I think we have to start, from the first one first, because payment of the subscription fees by the members is not encouraging. Likewise, participation in the activities, by member states is equally not encouraging. We shouldn't do something that will further encourage people. That's my position. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My understanding with what Andrew raised, and Andrew, please correct me if I am on the wrong path, that this is our statutory membership dues or membership fee, which is paid annually. I thought that what Andrew was raising was that in addition to supporting activities of IFASI in international meetings, it would be important if each member contributes $1 per month, which is quite separate from the annual dues. That is my understanding, because I do not think that paying $1 a month per member would substitute the annual membership fee that is required of each affiliate. Remember, these membership dues are in respect of the affiliates, not members. So even though the calculation is done per member, but it's the affiliate dues that we pay. We do not have individual membership. We have affiliations, and the affiliations are composed of the affiliate asset in specific countries. I thought that what Andrew was raising was that in supporting IFASI to achieve its objective, and then he posed a question, would it be wrong if each member here is different from the affiliate, pays $1 each? That was why I decided to halt this one in the meantime and see if we could take a position on his suggestion. But if it is not the pleasure of the House, we are at your mercy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Clarification. Okay, we're almost on the same wavelength. But what I was proposing is, okay, firstly, the fees to IFATSE are collected by the associations and then forwarded. Yeah. And so my proposal was that to support the cause of IFATSE, throughout this General Assembly, we've been hearing about effort that the executive is making to push our main agenda. So there's requirement for us to participate in these international gatherings, to participate in these planning groups, and so that needs resources. And if I'm not mistaken, you may find that the members of IFATSE board, possibly, I don't know, possibly sometimes get money out of their own pockets, to support this cause. Yeah. And I think, so on top of volunteering, because I don't think we pay you, on top of volunteering, sometimes you are forced to because of the cause. So my proposal was, when I looked at the figures, I was thinking that affiliates who have between 1 and 250 members, yeah, that's the first. Actually, let me actually even complete the whole thing. So from 1 to 250, is it possible to give, I mentioned $1, okay, maybe the euro is not, the difference not too much, €1 a month, yeah? And then from 251 and more, they could do $50 a month. Now, hoping that that money will go to the treasury, yeah? It will go to the treasury and it will make your work easier, Because if we are able to gain, okay, first of all, to gain recognition in Annex 1, it will go a long way in helping even future ACCEP. Yeah, and I think it is, in my opinion, it is not something too much to ask for us to support you, the board, to help us to achieve that cause. So that was that's the clarification. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have submissions from? Okay, fine. Thank you. And Andre.
Yeah, we discussed it with Thomas as well, so we have another point of view. We think that even the smaller associations, if I have an overview about Europe, that the smaller associations are struggling to pay their fees every year. This is a problem. Even for associations, they have only 10, 20, 30, 40 ACCEPs. And the youth they are members of don't have a big budget for that. This is also the reason why so less people attend the general assemblies. And if we try to get it in Europe, we make it a little bit cheaper, we see more people will come. So if we get the fees from 1 members for €1 higher, it's 50 euros. That's not much beef on the bone. So I think this is only getting pressure on smaller associations. For me, as a middle association, I think it's better than we can put the financial on the bigger associations. So I see that from 1 to 50, we didn't have to change anything, or we make it a little bit more, we go down with the prices. And the beef will be from 50 to 2,000. I think if we rise up 50 to 250 and 251 to 2,000, I think this will give more financial stressless to IFATSEA. And I'm a big fan of making a special fee. For example, we said if we have many things to do before ICAO General Assembly, we can vote for a special fee we pay, and we can say, okay, 500 euros for the bigger trade unions, or this is not, it's just an idea we had, that we make something like that. Because I think the smaller associations are not able to pay all the money that we need, and therefore we strongly would support another structure which is more get the balance of the payment to the bigger associations.
Thank you very much. So in effect, what are the alternative fees you were suggesting? That 1 to 50 is maintained, the previous, which is €5, is maintained, and then from 50 to 2,000, we maintain the new figures.
Let's call this, okay.
Yeah, from 1 to 50, it could maintain at €5 or be higher to €6. That doesn't matter a lot. But from 50 to 250 and from 251 to 2,000, we should rise it much more, because if you have more members, you get more fees and you have more money to spend. And at the end, more people are in advantage of that what we achieve. So this means it should be a higher value for them, and then they should give a little more money.
I want to support German suggestion, because just like example, in Norway, I'm a member of a union which is 115,000 members. Of those, about 130 are ACCEPs. So when we go to the union to say, can you pay this for us? It's really hard to make the union spend the money on us. And it's also very expensive for the union to separate out who are those 130 ATSAT members. So I fully support increasing the amount to $6 for the smallest, and then increase the amount even more the further up we go, just as the Germans suggest.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope okay, fine.
I support Germany proposal. I think that we need to not put pressure on smaller associations. We understand the need for this increase of the fees. We are supporting the idea. We are on that part. We can support this, but my honest recommendation to use the media team for our members, like Medium Association, to see all the involvement of IFATSA, because we will also increase our fees. When we decide here to increase the fees, we'll have our General Assembly back home, we'll increase also the fees, but we need you to support with media information and communication and to support the cause. That's the idea. For the members back home to see where we are investing the money. And another suggestion is to attract more funds. How about the working groups? Because we have experts that can participate as IFATSA in different committees, European level. I think that in other regions happen this, and the expertise, it's paid from some of the groups.
Okay, thank you very much. Your suggestion, okay, Roger.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
As you know, I'm the Swiss guy. I'm the poor sort who has to go to votation every 2 months about complicated things. And that's why I wonder, how will we find out? How's the procedure? Because I see more and more ideas, and there's new ideas, and there's no calculation behind. I just wondered, what's the procedure to find the best solution? Because we need more money and to find the majority.
Okay, so thank you. So we just, probably you are the last speaker. We are grateful for the discussion. We will introduce the motion, and then the motion is based on the figures that have been presented. And if amendment ought to be made, I would wish that somebody move for the amendment of what is being discussed. Then we can move on. So thank you, please, Secretary. Take over.
My friends over in the booth, can I get that document up, please? Thank you. Can I just again say thank you to these AV professionals, a hand for the AV and being very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll just get you to scroll down a little bit so that it, from the be it resolved part shows, perfect, right there, down a little bit. Can everybody see that? Do we need to zoom in? No complaints? I see people putting on eyeglasses. Okay. Apologies. I have the different copy. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Submitted by the Executive Board on the 11th of November, whereas the existing fee structure has not been reevaluated in many years, and whereas there is a vested interest in ensuring that IFATSA can conduct its business effectively and ensure representation at ICAO meetings, be it resolved. The language in Section 6, Article 4 of the IFATSA bylaws shall read, financial memberships right Financial membership rights and obligations. Membership fees are defined by the General Assembly. IFATSA will provide invoices to affiliates for all transactions. Members will have the options to receive a receipt for their payment upon request from the treasurer. Fee structure, yearly invoices sent out 7 months prior to the GA. Currency, all fees will be calculated using the euro. There is new language here. Just to clarify the existing language, there is no substantive change to the process for an affiliate country who is in arrears with their payment of fees. The non-payment of fees section reads, if an affiliate country is 1 year in arrears with their fees, they shall be given an official notice from their regional director, notifying them that they will have their status changed from voting affiliate to observer, unless an agreement has been reached for payment of fees with the executive board. New language under number 4, any affiliates that have had their status changed due to non-payment must contact the regional director to re-engage as a voting affiliate. And then you can see the math on the bottom there, the increase to €5 for the joining fee for affiliates, and then the fee formula increase as shown by Nicola earlier. So this is the motion on the floor. We've had discussion already, but I would like to officially put the motion on the floor, open to amendments or vote calls.
So I'd like to support my German colleagues for an amendment, and I guess we do an upside down pyramid.
Hello. Yeah, just a remark. Actually, I don't know if it's allowed, but I'm not against the raising. Fine, good idea. We can all agree, I think. But I also have the feeling that with this proposal, we might miss out on something. Maybe we hear a few proposals that there might be a little bit more on the table. So I would suggest for this kind of things, I don't know if it could be, if the board would come up with a few proposals. You heard here now a few proposals and said we have A, B, C, D, and then you have a certain vote on it. Because if we now start the discussion about the pyramid, upside down pyramid, the amounts, it can take an hour and we would have had a result. So next time, if you do that, work out a few proposals and then you can vote over those proposals. That's my idea. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Belgium. Given that there is an official motion on the floor currently, we will proceed. If the motion is defeated, that can be the approach to reapproach the issue. However, this motion is what's on the floor currently. If we could get if there's an official amendment that anybody wants to propose, that would be something we could do now, or we can vote. Yep. No. Okay, to be clear, there has been no official amendment because we had not tabled the motion yet. So this is why I'm asking my German colleagues to table an official amendment. If we do that, then we will take a quick pause, we'll amend the motion, and then we will resubmit and vote. Testing my Robert's Rules knowledge.
Motion by Germany. Our motion is to accept this fees until next year and ask the executive board to present us in Kenya a new version on fees with the upside down pyramid approach. As my Belgian colleague said, maybe 2, 3 possible versions so that we can vote on finally in Kenya and have this €8,000 for the coming year. So this would be the motion of Germany. Is there any seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded.
Thank you. Just a moment, guys. Sorry. being the minute keeper and the chair of this is quite fun. Okay. Motion to amend. So what I'm going to, oh, okay.
Just in addition, of course, it makes sense when these 3 or 4 possibilities are coming with calculation how much more each of this will bring. So not that we then vote on €1 more, and that this would not make sense.
So there is a proposed amendment to the motion on the floor. It has been motioned and seconded. The amendment is to have basically a trial for 1 year with this structure and to reevaluate at next year's General Assembly. If there is no further discussion, can I call? You can call. Okay.
Thank you very much. My personal opinion is that if it is the pleasure of the House and per the suggestion that, or per the motion that you have moved, I would wish that that motion is withdrawn, and the suggestion is that we stick with the old fees, and then next year we can table that. I do not believe that it's appropriate for us to come to approve of a new fees now, and then just in 1 year we come with a new one. I don't think that will be doing service to our membership. So my
You can't do it. No, I'm sorry. No.
Sorry.
You can't do that. There's an official.
I indicated, and I understand Robert rules very well. That's why I said that in my opening remarks, that if possible, you withdraw the motion. That's what I stated. So I am in line, but if it is the wish of the proposer that they will carry out with the amendment, we could go ahead with it and then vote on it. Yes, please.
Not to interrupt you, but we understand your concerns that this could bring confusion to our members, but I think we just need the money. Ask our treasurer. It's 8,000. It's 8 grand. So yeah, I would like to stick to the plan, and if you describe this properly to our affiliates, I think they will understand. First, the need for the €8,000, and second, yeah, that what we decided here, that we want to lower the burden for the small affiliates and higher the burden for the bigger ones.
So the minutes have to be very correct.
We have another.
I think the clarification will be in the minutes. Why we took this way, we might took now. So if it's clarified in the minutes why we take this, and we want to make a new fee structure which is upside down, I think if this is written in the minutes, everyone will understand this. Yes, this would be everybody. The treasurer's letter. News treasure. News treasure.
So may I suggest, to my understanding, the amendment to the motion stands. It is still seconded. So I will call the question to vote on amending this motion. And then we will take a couple minutes. I will give GDF the document so that you may do your amendment, and then we will display the amended motion and vote on it. So please, may I have my scrutineer and teller again? Thank you.
numbers haven't changed.
Okay.
The numbers are, we still have the same numbers.
It's the same numbers, right? Same numbers. Yeah, yeah, it's the third, yeah, exactly, that's our quorum.
Okay. So the quorum is set. Okay.
So call for your show of hands in favor, all those in favor.
Of the amendment.
All those in favor of the amendment.
Okay. We want to carry on with voting. So I feel this who are in support of the motion, can you have you by hand?
Let me say it, here, let me say it, guys, just really quickly. The question on the floor is if we are approving so we're not voting on this language yet. We're amending this language. We have to vote on agreeing to amend the motion on the floor.
Please, one per country, thank you.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
You have 20 hands, 20.
Did you raise your hand again?
Okay, please, let's do it again. He just raised his hand. Please, if you're in support of the motion to amend this, please, can you raise your hand? Thank you.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Please, can you raise your hand? You're dropping. Please, if you're in support, just raise your hand. Thank you.
Okay, we have 22 for 22. 22 for the motion.
Thank you so much. Verified? Yeah. All right, the motion to amend passes. I have sent the document to our German colleagues. If they can take a moment, process the amendment, and then send it back to me, and then we will vote on the amended motion. Thank you. So if everybody can just take a pause for 2 minutes, we'll be back as soon as possible.
Oh, you need energy. Oh.
I can come back. Yeah.
Can we start getting everybody back into their seats? Could I maybe get a volunteer to go do some corralling out in the coffee area? Thank you, Camelia. Give everybody a couple minutes to come back.
From everyone, the number of us, and you would very well. Every year you got a mail. Think about sending your absentees numbers. Yeah, but this was my question. Please remember affiliates to send the number of absentees, because this should be 1,000 euros for you. Because if they have more members, normally you don't. Normally you don't. But I think this would be fine because it's the right of the member. We will make the motion that you have to do it. If you do it by a one, but now,
Okay, please, can we take our seat and proceed? We don't have much time, please. Yes.
It's almost like we want to do things the same way. Yep. Okay, my friends, we've received the amended motion from our German affiliates. We're just pulling it up on the screen here so that we may review and agree on the language. Thank you so much. If you could scroll down just a little. There's a new paragraph at the bottom that is the interesting part. There we go. The amended portion of the motion reads, this new fee structure will be effective for the year 2026 and will be reevaluated at the General Assembly 2026 in Kenya. Alternate options, including financial calculations, will be presented by the treasurer to the body for adoption, including options that respect the economic realities of our affiliates. The possible fee structures must be sent to the affiliates not later than 30 days before the start of the General Assembly for proper consideration. The amended motion is now on the floor. Are there any comments?
I have amendment on amendment. Just to explain. What you have in this suggestion I show is what executive board is discussing last year. There was 5, 6, 10 other possibilities. We picked the proper one for the big association, for small association, for everyone. Behind every number you see is calculation, prediction, and possible effects not only on income. If you increase something, maybe the effects will not be only more money. Maybe you will decrease your membership. And what we have done then? If ATCA has 176 members, if ATSEA don't have 80, what are we doing? If you're changing something, it cannot be just hit it on the knee. Let's go step by step. Suggestion you have is okay. It should not be limited to Kenya, to 2026, to Morocco, to whatever. Suggestion you have from executive board is take it or leave it. If you want to change it, please prepare calculation, prepare whatever you think is good. Contact me. We can work together on this. And bring a motion whenever you like, not in Kenya or Morocco or whenever, Mars. Just prepare it, because behind this, 10 different proposals, and executive board picked the proper one, the best one. all burden should not be on small and should not be on big also. If big guys are paying everything, tomorrow we will not be called IFACEA, we will call PAS.